My mood says take it. Your health, Lee.
Yes, but for that one failing, Mr. Brown, I could offer a very interesting and profitable proposal.
Mr. Lee, it is considered very poor taste in the Occident to proffer drinks with strings attached. A good day, sir.
Oh, no, one moment, please. Forgive me. I was going to add a failing which we could overlook if it were to be controlled for a short time.
I said I could take it or leave it.
I am in the pearl business. Do you know anything about pearls, Brown?
Yeah. An oyster gets a hold of a bad grain of sand, and he or she or it gets an ulcer. Bingo, a pearl.
Perhaps we should take this up at another time. I am stopping at the Case Hotel. Good night, Brown, and come see me if you should reconsider.
Okay, Lee, but don't wait up. I hate the warm feeling of elegance that takes me over after the fifth drink. I hate myself. I hate morning. Worst of all, I hate waking up without a little hair of the dog and not a nickel in the poke to supply it. Out of the fog of remorse came a stolid little oriental face. Yeah, there's a generous soul. Pearls, he said. Well, that should be a nice, substantial little proposition. Yeah. Maybe I am ready to talk business.
Brown, I did not expect to see you. Come in. Oh, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. You mentioned something about a business proposal.
Yes, I did.
Hotel rooms depress me, Lee. Could we go down to the bar and talk it over?
Oh, certainly, Brown, if you prefer.
I prefer. You mentioned something about the pearl business.
Yes, Brown. I didn't think. That is, I thought that might have slipped your mind.
Well, things aren't that bad, Lee. Tell me more.
Oh, we could be very useful to each other, Brown. I have the information and the equipment. You have the experience without which the equipment is useless to me.
Yeah.
We can turn an enormous profit in very short time.
Uh-huh.
I have just completed a transaction whereby I become owner of small ship equipped with certain scientific devices for probing the ocean floor.
Sonar equipment.
I believe that is the name.
I hate to disillusion you, Lee, but you can't bounce an echo off an oyster. It'll never work.
That is not my intention.
Well, then how does sonar equipment fit into the pearl business?
These pearls, a great fortune in pearls, are all in one package. Ours, for the taking.
Salvage?
Yes. I fell heir to chart upon the untimely death of a friend. On that chart is indicated the position of a vessel sunk during the war somewhere between the Sulu archipelago and the northeast coast of Borneo.
Yeah.
I have reason to know that on board at the time of the sinking was the personal fortune of a certain sultan, as well as the assets of his constituents. There was one survivor.
And you hope to locate that vessel with this sounding gear?
I do.
Well, what about getting the stuff up after it's located?
I also have diving equipment.
And you want somebody who knows how to operate the gear?
Precisely.
What's your deal?
I am prepared to offer you 1/4 of any treasure we may locate.
For that consideration, I could offer about 1/2 of what I know about your equipment.
I don't understand.
For a 50-50 share of any loot, I could offer 100% cooperation.
Oh, I see. Brown, you're shrewd. It surprises me you are not more prosperous. All right. 50-50, as you say.
All right, you've got yourself a boy. To you, partner. Now, one for the road, and we'll go look at your ship. Okay, partner?
Okay, partner.
Lee's stubby forefinger pointed a great circle course across the harbor to a little tub laying with her forward quarter scraping paint against the can of her mooring. She was from the orphan fleet of sub-chasers pressed into service out of desperation during the war. About 100 feet, built to roll on a 20-foot beam. Some dreamer had her rigged for fishing. She still mounted an A-frame, outriggers, and a cargo boom aft. Lee didn't speak of her with the pride of an owner.
There it is. The one with the blunt end toward us.
When can we go aboard?
I have the papers. We can take possession immediately.
What kind of shape is the power plant in?
I'm really not qualified to say. I know nothing of ships, but I am sure she will need work before we... What is it you say? Cast out?
Yeah. Well, give me 2 days to work over the plant, and I'll have her ship-shape and shaken down. If she's standard, she's got 2 671s on the generators and 2 pancakes on the main plant. A couple of spare injectors and some baling wire will see her to Timbuktu.
You will need a crew, won't you? An inexpensive crew.
Yeah, a couple of hands to do the dirty work. We could get by with one if you could take a turn at the wheel.
Perhaps I can learn. Yes, perhaps I can learn to drive the ship.
Good. I'll line up a hand. These waterfront bars are full of guys looking for a chance to go fishing.
You seem to understand what I want, Brown. I will leave everything to you. You may reach me at my hotel.
Okay. The next time you see her, she'll be overhauled, provisioned, and manned. So long, Lee. See you in 48 hours. She was in surprisingly good shape. The batteries charged right up on the generators, her oil was clean, and her linkage tight. I replaced a corroded condenser on the sonar gear, pressure-checked the diving suit, and put new pistons in the compressors. One straight 24-hour shift, and she was shaken down and ready for a crew. I set out to meet my man on common ground. I found him being escorted out of Casey's bar by Casey himself.
You young hoodlums are a disgrace to the sea. You'd better get some salt behind your ears before you start something in my place.
Let go.
Now get along with you.
Let go.
And don't be coming back.
You brother of a pig!
Oh, what's the matter, sailor? Slippery deck?
You be quiet or I stick you.
All right, stow the ship, kid. The jails are too full now.
I'm going to kill that pig. Get out of my way.
All right, stay out of there, kid, and stow the knife.
I still get that fat pig someday.
You're new around here, aren't you?
How'd you know that?
Well, you wouldn't tangle with Casey if you weren't. Where are you from?
Ensenada. I have papers. In my room, I have papers.
I didn't ask you. You didn't ask me either, but I'd advise you to get rid of that knife. With a temper like yours, you can cut yourself off a life sentence.
So far, this knife knows only the blood of fish. I have never been kicked by a fish.
I can use a man who can handle a knife. You working?
No.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
All right.
Now, what's your name?
Costa. Antonio Guillermo de la Costa.
Okay, Tony. 2 double shots later, I had my man. A pathetic little guy with no roots in a barren world. I set him to stowing provisions while I cleared the paper and gold braid department of the Commerce Building and picked up a couple of 100 fathoms of useless shark net to flake out for effect. Then I called Lee. He was impressed.
You have accomplished a lot in very short time, Brown. You must have worked day and night.
Yeah, I can sleep underway.
Where is your crew?
Below. He's stowing provisions in the galley.
I see. Does he meet our specification?
Exactly. Good back with not too much above it, except a nasty temper.
Good. He thinks he's going fishing here. That explain these nets?
Partly, Lee. Also, there's an unwritten law of the sea that gives fishing craft a wide berth.
Clever, Brown. Very clever.
Practical.
Is everything in first-class condition?
Everything. The diving gear is tight, and the sonar readings check right on the nose with the charts.
Then we are ready to cast off.
Anytime.
Then let us go. Head her out west-southwest, Brown. Right into the sun. Right into the sun.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, Dr. Christian, and George Burns and Gracie Allen will be back with you tomorrow night on most of these same CBS stations. Al Jolson will join Bing in another of their unparalleled exhibits of wit and song. George Jessel will be the special guest of George and Gracie. Stay tuned to CBS for this wonderful midweek Wednesday night listening. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
3 weeks at sea taught me a lot about my friend Lee. His switch from landlubber to competent mariner was too fast to be convincing. Something about the whole setup spoiled the taste of my whiskey. The only way it figured was that he really did need me to operate the gear. Beyond that, the picture changed. From the first day out, he showed too much interest in the sonar equipment.
Brown, I think it might be prudent if you were to teach me the operation of this instrument. Is it very difficult, just their operation?
Oh, it's something anyone can pick up in 5 or 6 months of full-time instruction.
Surely not to learn just the operation of it.
Well, it's not only complicated, Lee, but delicate. I think we'd be wise to keep it secured until we need it.
Perhaps. Yes, perhaps. It won't be very long, Brown.
When are you going to break out the charts with the position of the stuff?
In due time, Brown.
Well, I'll need it when we start taking soundings.
Then you shall have it. It wouldn't be prudent to surrender a chart that I have been forced to defend with my very life, would it, Brown?
I get your point.
I might add, Brown, that the chart alone is useless to anyone but me. The exact position is not indicated. I took the precaution of committing it to memory, lest the chart should be misplaced. The only value of the chart is that it indicates sounding lines.
That makes your position clear enough. What about Costa? Do you think he might be dangerous when he finds out what we're really after?
For a man to be dangerous, he must first be intelligent. Costa is ignorant, he will stay ignorant.
Sooner or later, he's going to get wise.
Fortunately, Costa is not equipped to get wise, as you say. He is happy in ignorance. We will not expose him to the curse of greed.
What's your plan?
To turn the wheel of fortune to my own needs. We must be practical, Brown. A person such as Costa leaves little impression on the world. He will never be missed if he were to disappear. Fate will save him from the curse of greed.
The late afternoon of the 22nd day, I saw Lee's methods put into practice. Cold, efficient, ruthless practice. It happened so fast, I was helpless to do anything about it. Costa was splayed out on the nets near the stern, sound asleep, when Lee appeared from nowhere. Without warning, Lee let fly a vicious kick. Costa's blade flashed. Lee stood motionless until Costa closed. Then Lee grabbed Costa's knife hand and whirled, twisting Costa's arm into a lever and using the momentum of his rush, tossed him effortlessly over the rail to disappear in the swirling wake. Without even glancing astern, Lee gave me the arm signal for straight ahead, a signal that pointed accusingly at me, screaming, "Accomplice." His face was still frozen in trance-like serenity when he appeared on the bridge.
It is now you and I, Brown.
Yeah.
These things are distasteful, but on the other hand, Brown, life itself can be distasteful.
Oh, wasn't there some other way to handle it? Couldn't we have put him off somewhere in the islands?
Your whole life in too high esteem, Brown. We could have put him off at some island, but then, Brown, we would have had to wonder about his welfare. Now his troubles are over. He has peace. He no longer has to struggle, as you and I.
He didn't have much chance to struggle, did he, Lee?
He was not one to struggle intelligently, Brown. Struggling, not directed by intelligence, can destroy.
Where does strength, muscle fit into your theory?
If you will pardon a personal reference, Brown, I long ago subscribed to the teachings of an Eastern cult which believes that the intellectual neutralizes the physical. Therefore, there is no difference in stature among men, only a difference in mental power. We do not destroy. We merely expedite the adversary's self-destruction by his own weakness.
Costa's temper, huh?
Exactly. One does not think in temper. He merely acts, and so destroys himself. Do I make myself clear?
Well, not especially, but I'll think it over. Lee's insidious philosophy began to prey on my mind. I knew I was on the last leg of a one-way trip. I knew he was perfectly competent to take over the ship at any time, but I still felt reasonably safe. It would take 2 men to handle the instruments to locate the pearls, and beyond that, 2 men to get the stuff up. After that, I would worry about my failings and which one Lee would pick to destroy me. I eliminated the big one by tossing my last 2 bottles of whiskey overboard. We were cruising somewhere between the lower Sulu archipelago and the northeast corner of Borneo when Lee broke out a dog-eared chart of Dutch origin.
Cut it back, Brown. Now, somewhere within the radius of this circle, our fortune waits to be taken.
Now, let's see. The charts indicate a sandy bottom, and that's good. The currents go southwest. She falls off to deeper water to the south.
I understand the charts, Brown. Start the soundings, man.
Okay, I'll start here, at the 60-fathom line and work toward shallower water. You stand at the bow with a smoke flare. If I pick up anything, heave a flare over to mark it, okay?
I prefer to stay on the bridge with you, Brown.
Yeah, that way we can watch the instruments and each other. Okay, partner. I worked each depth line half a mile from the point Lee established as center, staying parallel to the soundings indicated on the chart. 3 times over the area showed nothing but a uniform bottom. Then I took a new tack. I set the wheel in a tight circle and secured it with a lanyard. I figured the current and the torque of the shaft would take us far enough off-center on each spiral that we wouldn't miss anything big enough to register. I was beginning to think in circles when the scope showed a fast drop and then wavered erratically. Lee must have read it in my face.
It showed something, didn't it? We have found something, haven't we, Brown?
Maybe.
What are you going to do?
Back it down and check it.
Oh, no. No. Drop the anchor. We won't move. We'll take no chances of losing it. Drop the anchor.
I settled her bow into the current, dropped the hook and backed her down on the scope of the anchor chain until we were over the spot. Lee expertly rigged a line from the cargo boom to the cathead and hoisted the heavy diving gear out of the after hold. His expression left no question as to the division of labor.
Of course, you will make the dive, Brown.
Yeah.
We cannot risk losing a life when 2 men are necessary to complete this mission, can we?
Not your life, Lee. Yeah, I'll go down there. But just in case you have any ideas about letting my weaknesses destroy me...
Oh, come now, Brown. You're not falling prey to the curse of greed, are you?
No. And I don't intend to fall prey to anything if I can help it.
You don't have faith in me.
That's right.
But you must have faith in me. We must work together.
Until we locate the stuff and get it up. After that, Lee, only 1 man is necessary. That's what worries me.
Are you afraid, Brown? Does fear number among your weaknesses?
Yeah, Lee, it does.
I don't know how to reassure you, Brown. Do you have solution?
Yeah, Lee, I do. My life is in your hands while I'm down there. Unfortunately for you, my life is the only link you have between the pearls and this ship.
Only a fool would break that link, Brown.
Lee's words echoed in my helmet as I felt myself being lowered from a sheave at the end of the cargo boom. Only a fool. I knew that I was pitted against a ruthless maniac, that finding the pearls meant that one of us would die. Yet some power greater than reason forced me on, a power I recognized as greed. My weighted feet settled on bottom. My headlight sent a glaring shaft through the murk, serving only to blind me. Then my eyes adapted. Strange shapes darted in and out of the beam, splashing big shadows. I pivoted slowly, straining my eyes to the burning point. Suddenly, the beam stopped short and reflected upward in a blinding glare. There she lay, a slimy hulk stern down in the sand, her stack and superstructure eroded away, and her plates hanging scab-like from her frames. A death ship washed clean by gentle currents. I headed for the quarterdeck and leaned on the crumbling vestiges of the hatch. It fell away. My light picked up a single object. There it lay, its corners worn round from shifting against the bulkheads. A teakwood chest. Brass bindings radiated from its single big hinge like the fingers of a giant hand. I felt a wave of desire grow into a surge of greed and resolve itself into an overpowering lust. I bent a line onto the chest and signaled Lee to haul me up. I felt as though I was threading my life away as I paid out the line that would link the treasure with the surface, knowing that only Lee's ignorance of what the other end held ensured my shedding the heavy diving suit safe on deck. That would put us on even footing. I lost the fear of Lee's methods and thought of my own. Methods based on greed that knows no compromise. Methods of killing to keep. And then my fears passed. He couldn't kill me until the chest was on deck. Lee was like a man waiting for sentence when I climbed out of the diving suit.
Well,
It's there.
describe it. Describe it just.
Solid wood bound in brass.
Is that all?
Brass hinges, like a hand.
That is it, Brown. The hand of Muhammad. My reward at last. The hand of Muhammad.
You mean our reward?
Of course. Our reward.
For a brief second, we were two animals standing at bay, eye to eye, appraising, each waiting for the other to move. Then, as one, we saw through the cloud of greed. We still needed each other until the chest was on deck. Lee swung the boom inboard while I reeved the line attached to the chest through the eye of the sheave. He took the running end of the cathead and made a turn, his narrowed eyes fixed on me, waiting for the signal to haul away. His hands turned white, bloodless, as he gripped the line. I gave him the signal to haul in the line. Start it easy, Lee, and take it slow all the way. We'll stop it at the surface to keep the weight off the line. The line threaded through the sheave endlessly as time, while I strained to catch the first glimpse of any bulk in the water. Again, I felt the surge of greed I'd experienced below. Unconsciously, I drew my sleeve across my mouth. A dark and distorted mass showed beneath the surface.
Slow it down, Lee. She's showing. Slow it down, Lee. Slack off. You'll break your line. Slack off.
Lee was out of control. The heavy chest lost the buoyancy of the water. The strand of the line snapped and shot a ragged end up to the block. But it was too late. The chest hit the block and the line snapped, crashing the waterlogged wood against the ragged metal of the topside. The brass fingers of the giant hand opened grotesquely, spewing a shower of tumbling beads over the surface of the water.
Oh, you fool! You American fool!
There they are, Lee. Look at them float down. Your little white seeds of greed.
You will die, you idiot!
You felt the pearls at the end of that line, Lee. They were in your greedy little hands and you couldn't let go. You couldn't slack off on the line. You couldn't let go, could you? So the hand of Mohammed sowed the ocean with little seeds of greed.
You will pay, Brown. Pay with your life.
All right, intelligent one. There are no odds. Pick a weakness and destroy me. Take your choice. Come on.
You will die, dog.
He came toward me slowly. Then he drew back, right foot poised. I was ready for it, but instead of the kick, his thumb shot out at my eyes, pushing jagged nerve ends right into my brain. Blind instinct told me to swing while I knew where he was.
You will die.
Not yet, Lee. How do you like that, Lee? Ducked by a blind right fist. And this, how do you like this, Lee? How do you like my thumbs? How do you like 'em mashing into your master throat? You're getting weaker, Lee. Weaker. Oh, where's your mental power now, Lee? Gone, is it? Dead? Dead. Yeah, the tropical Pacific. Gentle Pacific rocking me to death in a cradle of rusty steel. Maybe it's spring or summer or day or night. The breeze is gentle, sent to soothe, and my eyes no longer pain. Yeah, it's gentle. Such gentleness. Such maddening, unbearable gentleness.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Seeds of Greed by Floyd A. Nelson. Featured in the cast were Gary Merrill as Brown, Ben Wright as Lee, Bill Conrad as Casey, and Tony Barrett as Costa. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are sitting unarmed in an early California boomtown saloon. Across the table from you is a man who has just murdered your brother and who holds in his hand a new and terrible weapon from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of the California gold camps, as Les Crutchfield tells it in his gripping story, The Pistol. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Groucho Marx, and who will quarrel when you label him a very funny fellow, will be back on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night with his deliriously wonderful quiz show, You Bet Your Life. You'll find Groucho's unlike any other quiz you ever heard. So join us on CBS tomorrow night for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the island of Pelota in the South Seas, and an exciting tale of the strangest bargain ever made, as we bring you Letter from Jason, adapted from George F. Worth's famous story, Sunk.
No, John. My mind's made up, and all your eloquence won't change it. You'll understand why when you hear this letter I got today. A letter from Jason. Yes, at last. Listen to this, John. Dearest Ellen, he writes, after the terrible things I did and said to you that last night, there seemed to me to be only one way out. I had failed you as a husband. I had failed the baby as a father. There wasn't anything I hadn't failed at, excepting booze. I was a great success in a saloon. But this is no news to you. You might, however, be interested in what happened after I walked out on you that night. Well, actually, I don't remember much of the night. But the next morning, when I woke up in a rooming house south of the slot, I remembered enough. I knew I couldn't go back, and I didn't see any point of going on. But I even failed as a suicide. Somebody smelled gas and called the police. When I came to in the receiving hospital, Uncle Jeffrey was there.
Well, Jason, you sunk pretty low.
Oh, go away and leave me alone.
You must have been drunk to find the courage to try suicide.
I don't ever really get drunk anymore. I just drink.
That's scarcely news. What about your wife and child?
You're suddenly very solicitous.
No, I never approved of your marriage, but you're still my brother's son. Why did you try to do this?
Money. A couple of other things, but money principally.
Your father left you plenty of money, too much for your own good.
Now it's gone.
Of course it's gone.
I'm over my ears in debt.
How much do you owe?
More than I could pay back in a year, and some of them won't wait. There's a bookie on Sacramento Street.
How much?
More than $3,000.
Why didn't you come to me for it?
Would you have given it to me?
You know I wouldn't.
Why, you're getting a big kick out of this, aren't you, Uncle? Get out. Get out.
Jason, you misunderstand me. I didn't come here for fun. I came on business.
What?
Yes, I came to offer you a job.
Oh, that's funny. That's a great big laugh.
No, I'm serious. On the way over here, I did a lot of thinking. Since you're ready to die anyway, perhaps I can arrange it in a way to provide for your wife and child. Yes, and pay your debts.
Oh,
You know where I spent my youth.
yes. Poaching pearls in the South Seas with my father.
Really, Jason, that's an ungrateful conclusion and unkind to the memory of your father. We were traders, honest traders. But there were others not so honest. There were killers down there in those days. There's one in particular who crossed me several times and is still alive. His name is Jake Finch.
What the devil are you talking about?
A business deal, Jason. I want Jake Finch killed. Since your life doesn't mean anything to you, you might as well take the job.
Me? Kill a man?
That's right. This morning you tried to kill yourself for nothing. I'm offering you a chance to kill and be paid for it.
How much?
Your debts. And $25,000 to your wife after Finch is dead.
That's a lot of money.
It's worth it to me to see Finch dead. Well,
And after I've killed him, what then?
Ellen is provided for.
And me.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Where is this man?
He lives on the island of Pelota, 3 weeks' sail from Tahiti.
How romantic.
Not at all. He's a dangerous, treacherous killer, and you're going to have to meet him face to face. He's lived too long to be caught off guard.
What makes you think I'll have the guts to kill him?
I'll be along to see that you do.
What?
Yes, and to see that my name is not connected with the matter. If you kill him, it will be in self-defense.
So I've sunk pretty low, have I, Uncle? What about you?
That's neither here nor there. Do you want the job?
No. But I'll take it for Ellen's sake.
Yes, John, I know it sounds incredible, but don't be so hasty in your judgment. The letter from Jason goes on. I suppose if I hadn't been foggy with booze and gas fumes, I would never have accepted such a dreadful proposition, even though it meant security for you. But once I agreed, Uncle Jeffrey wasted no time. He paid my debt and sent you that $1,000 check as an advance on my murder fee. And in less than 24 hours, we were slipping through the Golden Gate bound for Tahiti. It wasn't any different aboard ship. They have bars, too, and wonderful brandy, French cognac. I was really enjoying life, a cruise to the South Seas, all expenses paid. And then, the fourth day out, Uncle Jeffrey came into my cabin as I was breakfasting on a brandy milk punch.
Good morning, Uncle. Everything ship-shape topside?
Jason, it's time we got down to business.
Oh, sure. Anything you say.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure. Go ahead, Uncle.
Here, you better get used to the feel of this.
A gun? Is it loaded?
Naturally. Pick it up.
It's heavy.
Yes, it's a .45. Tear a hole in a man the size of a silver dollar.
Never held a gun in my hand before.
Aim it. There, at your reflection in the mirror. What's the matter, Jason? Your hand's shaking. You're perspiring.
I can't. I can't.
You must. Remember, if you want your wife to get that money, you'll have to kill Jake Finch, not just try to kill him.
I need a drink. I need a drink bad.
Poor mixed-up Jason. That was his solution for every problem, his answer to every challenge. I need a drink. He goes on to say, we arrived in Papeete, in Tahiti, on a Wednesday afternoon, but Uncle Jeffrey was in a hurry. He had chartered an island schooner, the Lorelei, and she was to sail at dawn the next morning for Pelota and Jake Finch. But at least I would have one evening ashore, and I intended to have it alone.
Well, see you later, Uncle Jeffrey.
Where are you going?
Sightseeing, one enchanted evening, that sort of thing.
Now, you wait till I get this luggage transferred to the schooner, and I'll go with you.
What's the matter? You afraid I'm going to get drunk?
I know you are.
That's where you're wrong. Got to stop sometime. I made up my mind I quit when we got to Tahiti, so I've quit.
I don't believe you. You're drunk right now.
That's what you think. I'm not drunk, Uncle Jeffrey. I'm sick. I'm sick of the sight of you.
We still have a long way to go together.
I know. Let's understand each other right now. I hate your guts. It's perfectly clear that you hate mine. I made a bargain with you. I'll go through with it, for Ellen's sake. Went for her, I'd use that gun on you instead of Jake Finch.
Good. I'm glad that we understand each other so clearly.
I'll see you later.
Be aboard the Lorelei at midnight.
Don't worry, I'll be there.
I'm sure you will, Jason.
Papeete, the letter goes on, is not the South Sea paradise we dream of back home. Unpaved streets, miserable natives, provincial French colonists, but plenty of bars. I avoided them. I headed for the big hotel and a table on the terrace. Take away the palm trees and the French accent, and it was about as exotic as the commercial house in Sioux City.
Monsieur désire quelque chose à boire?
What did you say?
Oh, je m'excuse. Would monsieur like something to drink? An aperitif, perhaps? Cézanne? Dubonnet?
Oh, no, thank you. Just tea. Garçon?
Oui, monsieur?
My check, please.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
You know, that tea, that's pretty vile stuff.
Was there something wrong, monsieur? It is the very best Oolong.
Oh, no, I guess it was all right for tea.
Oui, monsieur. Voilà, monsieur.
Here you are. And keep the change.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
Oh, say, tell me, what's a good place for dinner?
Oh, ici, monsieur. The hotel has the best cuisine in Papeete.
But it's a little quiet, don't you think?
Peut-être. Then I should commend monsieur to chez Tante Marguerite, or the Southern Cross. At the Southern Cross, there are the girls.
Oh. Then I'll go to Marguerite's.
And with the dinner, monsieur desires to drink?
Water.
Water?
Yeah, just water.
But if monsieur will permit, we have a proverb in my native Normandy. Un repas sans vin est comme un jour sans soleil.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't understand French that well.
A meal without wine is like a day without sun.
Oh,
and surely with the cuisine of Tante Marguerite, one must not drink just water. Besides, the water in Papeete is not safe. I myself have lived here more than 20 years, and never have I tasted the Papeete water. Oh, no. I would recommend wine, monsieur. I urge it. With the langouste, a dry sauterne, monsieur.
Oh, well. Well, very well. A small bottle, then.
Monsieur has eaten well?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And now perhaps liqueur?
No, I really don't.
Permit me to offer it, monsieur. As you say, on the house.
Well, no, that isn't
Cointreau, Chartreuse, cognac?
Cognac. Oh, it's an excellent dinner, madame. An excellent liqueur, and the world begins to look all right again.
Of course it does, monsieur. Of course it does.
And now, madame, tell me, you know of a place here in Papeete called, the Southern Cross?
And who does not, monsieur?
Tell me how to get there, will you? Charlie! You deaf?
Yes, mister. You like maybe something, huh?
Oh, yeah, another cognac.
Oh, yes, sir. You like cognac maybe, so help yourself.
Oh, sure, I like it. That's the best thing the French do is make cognac.
Oh, look out. You're spilling it.
I'm trying not to. Can't you see? I'm trying to hold it steady.
You're not so steady yourself.
Why can't I hold it steady? Yeah, it's like the gun. I can't hold the gun steady either. How can I shoot straight if I don't hold it steady?
All the same. Whiskey, gun. You can't go steady with both.
You go steady with me.
Oh. Well, hello, baby.
You are alone?
Yeah, I'm alone.
It is not good to be alone too much.
No, I don't mind.
You like me to keep you company.
I don't mind.
You have cigarette for me?
Yeah,
Hey,
sure.
mate, what's the big idea of knowing this lady?
I know it. What do you mean? This little...
What's your language?
Now, look, here, I'm sitting here minding my own business.
Well, now you're minding mine. Now, scram.
Well, I got as much right
Are you
as...
looking for trouble?
Well, no. But it seems to me you are.
You little jerk. Okay, boys, carry him out. Nice work, sister. Here's your 100 francs.
Thank you, Captain Steve. You want me to make change?
Not now. Some other time. I got work to do now.
I know, John. It's the same old pattern. How well I know it. The promises and the failures. Anything could start him slipping. A glass of wine, the brandy sauce on the mince pie. Yes, or the sniff of the cork, if you like. But listen to Jason's letter. He goes on. The next thing I knew, I was in a narrow bed, in a creaking, rocking room, and I didn't feel well, darling, not well at all. I had the world's worst hangover.
Oh.
Good morning, Jason.
Oh, Uncle Jeffrey, where am I?
Aboard the Lorelei. 5 hours out of Papeete.
Oh.
Bad night?
Yeah, I guess so.
Looks like you were in a fight.
I was. I don't remember anything afterward. How'd I get on board?
You were delivered at my instruction.
What do you mean?
My captain brought you aboard. I want you to meet him. Captain?
Yes, Mr. Sheldon?
Come in. I want you to meet my nephew, Jason Torrance.
How do you do, sir?
Why, you... We've already met, Uncle. This is the man who knocked me out.
I know, according to my instructions. That'll be all, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're a...
Save your breath,
You're the
Jason.
dirtiest...
Your head will only ache more if you get excited. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. Captain Steve is a tough guy, but not nearly as tough. Not half as quick or strong or hard to kill as Jake Finch. And he tells me you never even hit back.
Object lesson, huh?
That's right. You've already cost me a lot of money, and I want my money's worth. You're no good to me, drunk, or to yourself, or to your wife and child. Suppose you'd gotten in a real brawl in that saloon last night, where you could have been killed. And where would your wife and kid be? But believe me, I won't pay off until you kill Jake Finch.
I do believe you. I believe you'd let Ellen and the kid starve before you'd help them.
I would, Jason. You can be sure of that. Unless you kill Jake Finch.
All right, Uncle. I'm on the wagon from now on.
Oh, it's easy to say when you're still going on last night's booze.
I mean it. I've taken my last drink.
I wonder, Jason. I wonder.
After he had left the cabin with that sneer on his face, Jason writes, I lay there hopeless and nearly helpless. For I knew now if I was to be helped at all, I would have to help myself. So I pulled my aching frame out of the bunk, and head throbbing and tongue thick, I climbed up onto the deck and faced the captain.
Well, Mr. Torrance, you had a nice long nap, huh?
Yeah, thanks to you. You got any work for me?
Work?
Yeah. You know, something to do. I want to get busy.
Well, now, there's always work aboard a sailing vessel. Know how to holy stone a deck?
Does it take a college degree?
No. But you'll need something else. Muscles and guts.
Who said it gets easier day by day? Jason writes. It didn't for me. I was stiff and sore from using muscles that had never been used before. And the only thing I wanted was a drink, just one drink to ease the pain. But I knew I'd never stop with one. It got tighter and tighter inside me, and there had to be a breaking point. And then on the 10th day out, the captain sent me up to secure a block on the mainmast. The sea was kicking up a little, and when I was 15 feet above the deck, the schooner lurched suddenly. I lost my grip and fell. I grabbed at the shroud, and it bit into the skin of my palms, and I hit the deck and lay there for a moment, shaking with fear, knowing that this was the end of my fight. Then I got to my feet. ran down to the galley, and opened the cabinet where I knew the captain kept his brandy.
Having a little nip, Jason?
Yes! I'm through. With your rotten bargain, your Jake Finch and your...
Through with Ellen and the baby. Through with keeping your word. Back where you started from. A gas-filled room, trying to commit suicide. Well, go ahead. What are you waiting for? You've got the bottle in your hand. Go ahead. Take your drink.
Shut up!
What are you waiting for, Jason?
Shut up, shut up!
Just remember, Jason, one drink will finish you. Jake Finch will kill you, and Ellen won't get the money. I'm a businessman, Jason. I made a bargain. Don't think I'm going to renege. I didn't want you to marry Ellen in the first place, remember? She won't get a penny from me when you die. Remember that. Be careful, Jason. You're trembling so, you might drop the bottle. Maybe you do need to drink, Jason. Think it over. It's an easy way out, and I won't embarrass you by staying and watching.
Murderer! You dirty murderer! I won't touch it, Rick! I won't touch it! I'll show you! I'll show you!
And then suddenly it grew a little easier. Not taking that drink was the turning point, I guess. The crying out inside, the need for liquor, grew slowly quieter. My muscles began to toughen. My whole body began to feel better, more alive. And the first time in years, I enjoyed eating. And I was learning to be a pretty good sailor. I began to get a kick out of the neat way the schooner handled, the clean feeling of the sea air, the wonder of just feeling good. And with this change, I slowly began to realize what kind of a bargain I had made. I didn't want to kill anyone. No, not for any reason. Not now, when I felt sure I could start my life over again.
You've made a bargain, and you'll stick to it.
I'm not the same now. I'm in good health. I'm strong. I can get a job and really take care of Ellen and the baby.
You should have thought of that before.
Well, I'm thinking about it now. I can't just deliberately go out and kill a man. I'm not going to go through with it.
All right, we anchor at Pelota tomorrow. If you refuse to carry out your end of our bargain, I'll put you off the schooner and leave you there. You won't see a ship for more than 6 months. And when it does come, you'll have sunk lower than you've ever been. You won't have passage money back to San Francisco. You'll die in Pelota. And Ellen won't see a penny of that $25,000.
You do that?
In a second.
But I'll pay you back the money you lent me.
I'm not interested in that. I want Finch killed. Believe me, he has it coming to him.
I don't care what he's done to you. I'm not going to go through with it.
Not only what he's done to me, Jason. I didn't want to tell you before. I never told you how your father died.
No, you never did.
Jake Finch killed him, Jason. Jake Finch killed your father.
Jason's letter continues. So you see, Ellen, what a diabolically clever scoundrel Uncle Jeffrey is. The last straw was that stuff about my father. I don't know whether he's lying or not, but it just might be true. And so this man who is playing God with my life has added the final motive for murder: vengeance. We're approaching the island of Pelota now, Ellen, and I have no other course but to find Jake Finch and kill him, or be killed by him. What a crying shame that I couldn't have found myself before this, for I know now what a wonderful life we might have had together. I hope you will find it with someone else, for you deserve better than I ever gave you. We're dropping anchor now, and I must go.
Well, there she is, Jason. Pelota, one of the loveliest islands in the Pacific.
A perfect setting for a murder.
Yes, isn't it? Feel up to it?
Don't worry about me. Where do I find Finch?
Everybody on the island knows him. Anyone can tell you where to find him. Try the traders or the bar. Good luck.
Aren't you coming?
Oh, no. Remember, I don't want to be connected with Jake Finch's death in any way. It's your affair now, not mine.
Yellow all the way through, aren't you, Uncle? Yellow and rich enough to hire thugs and murderers to do your dirty work. I ought to kill you instead of Finch.
Dinghy's ready, Mr. Torrance.
I'm coming, Captain.
Kill Finch first, Jason. Then you have my permission to kill me.
Good day to you, sir. Good day. Put in for supplies, have you?
No.
Well, we've got everything a trim little schooner like yours would be needing.
Look, can you tell me where I can find Jake Finch?
Jake Finch? What do you want with him?
Well, that's my business. Where is he?
I couldn't say exactly. He might be down on the beach this time of day.
Thank you. Our friend.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Well, I wasn't sure. Ain't been called friend in 20 years. What can I do for you, stranger?
I'm looking for Jake Finch.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't him.
Where can I find him?
Look here, mister. If this is your idea of a joke, it ain't funny to me.
I'm sorry. I'm simply looking for Jake Finch.
Well, look somewhere else. Look for him in a bar. That's the likeliest place to find Jake Finch.
Yes, sir. What'll it be? I got the finest brandy on the island. 4 years old, it is.
No, thank you. I'm looking for someone, but the place seems to be empty.
Oh, who are you looking for?
Jake Finch.
Jake Finch. What do you want with him?
I've got business with him.
Yeah? What kind of business? He inherited $1 million or something?
No. But I want to settle a debt with him.
Okay, mister. He's in the back room. This way. There he is.
That old bum?
Yeah. Sleeping it off. Been there since I closed up last night.
Jake Finch? This can't be Jake Finch.
Yes, one of them. There's more down on the beach, kicking around town.
What are you talking about?
Well, there's at least a dozen Jake Finches here on Pelota.
A dozen?
Hey, look, somebody's been kidding you, mister. Don't you know? Jake Finch is the name we give any rum bum here on Pelota. They spend their last penny here in the bar and sleep it off on the beach. Drink, mister. All the Jake Finches drink themselves to death.
Jake Finch. Me. All along, the Jake Finch he wanted to kill was in me.
Hey, where you going?
I've got an apology to make.
You look like you need a drink. How about one for the road, huh?
No, thanks. I don't drink.
There it is, John. That's my letter from Jason. You understand now, don't you, why I'm asking you as my attorney to stop my divorce action immediately. I cabled Jason this morning that I'm waiting for him to come home.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Letter from Jason, adapted by Seeley Glester, Merwin Gerard, and Mr. Robeson, from Sunk by George F. Wirtz. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Jason, Will Geer as Jeff, and Kay Brinker as Ellen. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are lying on a small knoll in the prairie west of the Platte River. In a few moments, dawn will herald the attack of the encircling Apaches. An attack of such fury that for you there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of the Old West, as James Warner Bella tells it in his thrilling story, Command.
Pardon me, Mr. Lamont. I'd like some information.
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Can you tell me who that young man was with the wonderful deep voice?
Well, yes, that's Paul Frees.
Well, I'd love to meet him.
That'll be easy. Paul, this is Gracie Allen. Gracie, this is Paul Frees.
Hello, Gracie. Or should I call you Mrs. George Burns?
Well, yes, you should. You see, I've been Mrs. Burns ever since that day when a certain tall, handsome man came along. and pronounce George and me man and wife.
I see.
But it's George I've come to talk to you about. You have such a beautiful voice yourself, so I thought if you let him sing on this program, our sponsor will hear him and realize how great he is. Then he'll let him sing on our program Wednesday nights.
Well, Gracie, this is not a musical program. This is Escape.
Well, George can make your program more popular. When he sings, everybody will be looking for Escape.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I'll have to turn you down.
Oh? Well, goodbye, Mr. Freeze. You are a cold man.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Be sure to listen next week, same time, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the prairie west of the Platte River and to the fighting U.S. cavalry of the Old West, as James Warner Bella describes it in his exciting tale, Command.
Captain Brittles.
Yes, Sergeant?
Here comes Lieutenant Cole back with a patrol.
Yes, I see him. Halt the column.
Yes, sir.
Column!
Hand me my field glasses, Sergeant.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Captain Brittles!
Well, Mr. Cohill?
Here's the best body of grass, sir. This slope with a small run below for water. This is the best bivouac for tonight.
Mr. Cohill, you see the rise there to the left behind you across the valley?
Yes, sir.
What are those shapes lying on that slope?
A small herd of buffalo. Sleeping, it seems. We didn't go that far. We turned back when we saw them.
The wind has shifted a bit. Take a deep breath, Mr. Cohill.
Yes, sir.
Smell anything?
No, sir.
Take another deep breath, Mr. Cohill. Get it into your nostrils. Tell me if that thing you smell is sleeping buffalo.
No, sir. Smells like dead men.
And not freshly killed.
Lieutenant Gresham and his squad, sir?
I imagine so. The men we've come to find. We'll make sure after midnight. Mr. Cohill, there are several fairly obvious differences between the Great Plains and a classroom at West Point. There you can fail and try again. Here you may not have that chance. There they taught you, I'm sure, that accuracy in observation is a military virtue. I suggest that you cultivate it here.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Utterback.
Yes, sir.
This is the bivouac. Dismount and unsaddle. Night grazing area between the crest of this hill and the creek bottom. Use the picket rope. No individual pins.
Yes, sir.
Dismount!
Yes, sir, Captain Brittles. No, sir, Captain Brittles. Of all the officers in the United States Cavalry, why did they have to assign me to him? A handbook soldier, over age and grade, a gray, bitter failure of a soldier, marking time out here on the plains until he retires, taking up space in the table of organization, standing in the way of younger and more aggressive, yes, more capable officers. My father wouldn't be guessing. My father would be over yonder right now to see if those corpses are really Gresham and his men. Father would have made sure, instead of losing time making camp. The broken rattle Sergeant Utterback had found at noon showed clearly. Sir, that broken rattle the sergeant found.
Yes, Mr. Cohill?
When we crossed the trace of that Sioux war party at noon today...
That could have been the trail of a Cheyenne war party, or Comanches, or Apaches. They all make rattles like that from the ends of buffalo toes.
But if they were Sioux, they couldn't be more than 30 miles to the north, in the Deadlands. They're afraid of ambush, so they'd be camping away from timber and near water. 2 hours rest, and we can be at the upper reaches of the river by dawn, sir. Ahead of them.
Mr. Cohill, I have no orders to be anywhere by dawn or any other time. My orders are to find Mr. Gresham's patrol. Having found it, return to Fort Stark and report it. I think I found him. I'll know as soon as the moon rises and I go over and take a look. Water the mounts in half an hour. Saddle blankets to be left on until they're watered. Remember always, Mr. Cohill, cavalry is a very delicate arm of the service, depending as it does on the health of a dumb beast.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cohill, reading minds is an uncomfortable habit, but one I have never been able to lose.
Yes, sir.
Look at the other side of it, Mr. Cohill. Suppose that war party was Cheyenne, which they might be instead of Sioux. They wouldn't be in the Deadlands. Cheyennes would head for timber along the lower Mesa Roja. So would Arapahoes, Kiowas, or Comanches. They'd all be for whack in open timber. And, Mr. Cohill, they all make rattles out of buffalo toes.
Yes, sir.
Pass the word to Sergeant Utterback that dinner will be at 6:30, but the bugler will not sound call.
Yes, sir.
And, Mr. Cohill.
Sir?
There is no shortcut to the top of the glory heap. So we'll not run all over the West tonight looking for one.
But if death in battle is a soldier's path to glory, Mr. Gresham and his patrol had found a shortcut. Yet what we looked upon that night on yonder slope was not glorious. 10 bodies, stripped naked, pin-cushioned to the prairie with arrows, their feet and their right hands hacked off. They sold their lives dearly. The empty cartridge cases said that.
At least they respected them as fighting men.
How's that, Sergeant?
Every one of them skinned bald-headed so he can cross the shadow waters without trouble. And whoever did it don't want to fight them again.
Why?
Hands and feet cut off, that's why, to cripple them in case they meet them in the hereafter.
Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
You still think the Sioux did this?
No, sir, not now, sir.
Why not?
I made the march from Bent's Fort to Santa Fe with Steve Kearney. I know an Apache arrow when I see one, sir. Even 1,000 miles from where they're made.
Yes, but that Sioux trail we crossed this morning, that war party could have brushed with an Apache war party and come by Apache arrows that way.
I don't think so, sir. This job is 2 days old. It wasn't that Sioux war party. This is Apache work.
How do you figure that?
Well, mostly because the captain knows it's Apache work, too.
Lieutenant Cohill.
Sir?
Take the grave detail.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We shall move the company out 10 to night.
Yes, sir.
We will return to Fort Stark to report this massacre as fast as we can.
Yes, sir.
So he's showing me. Makes his lieutenant first grave digger and confides his plans to the sergeant in exchange for flattery. He's an old woman in blue fatigues. Can't hide his bad temper. And worse, he's a frightened old woman. Instead of striking when he has the advantage, he's going to cut and run. In a stiff action, I'd probably have to shoot him and take over the command. A grave doesn't take long to dig in the soft black earth of the plains, and the rocks were nearby to pile upon the still mounds against the hungry muzzles of coyotes. And after, the air was sweeter in the cold moonlight, and the job done in plenty of time for Captain Brittle's scheduled retreat.
Command is ready to mount, sir.
Very good, sir.
Captain Brittles.
Yes, Mr. Cohill?
Excuse me, sir, but can't we go after the Indians who did this? Can't we try
Mr. Cohill, the United States Cavalry is not out here to fight Indians. We're here to watch them and report on them for the Indian Bureau. We fight only if they attack us. I refer you to the standing orders of the Department of the Platte. They are most explicit on this point.
Yes, I know, sir, but Mr. Gresham was attacked.
How do you know that?
Well, I don't for sure.
Of course you don't.
But he's dead, and his command dead and mutilated, and we ought to...
Ought to what? Avenge him? Disabuse yourself of classroom valor, Mr. Cohill. Out here we obey orders. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Pass the word to mount.
Yes, sir. Obtank. You. Pass the word. Mount.
Pass the word. Mount.
Pass the word.
30 miles already today, and who knows how many miles ahead of us tonight. The men are tired, the horses are tired. Cavalry is a delicate arm of the service, Captain Brittles. Hour after hour, as the moon threw our lengthening shadows ahead of us. Hour after hour. Walk 30 minutes, trot 5 minutes, dismount and lead 10 minutes, unbidden graze 15 minutes every hour. Hour after hour.
You got a chore eating tobacco, Mittendorf?
I ain't got much.
Well, give me a loan of some, huh? You can get some more at the fort tomorrow.
All right, here. Why don't you ever have any of your own?
I don't approve of chewing tobacco. My ma don't, that is. Thanks.
Godfrey mighty, Gettysburg wasn't like this.
Well, do tell.
No, sir. We rode up to Gettysburg on the steam cars.
Hey, Mittendorf. Sarver's back on Cemetery Ridge again. Yeah, pity you didn't stay there.
About the only mistake Robert E. Lee ever made, not to leave Sava where he found him.
Yeah. Just the same, the Army was the Army in them days. Slept in tents, and you got a furlough, there was girls. Not squaws, girls.
Yeah. Well, if you like it so much, why don't you go back where it's girl?
'Cause I was gold-bricked. That's why.
Yeah?
I joined up again 'cause they said there'd be fighting out here. Yeah, fighting. Only fighting I seen west of the Missouris on Saturday nights in the barracks. Yeah, it sure ain't like the old Army, I'll tell you that. I remember a girl in Richmond, time when I was with Grant when we took Richmond. Prettiest little Virginia creeper you ever did see. She fried me 43 chickens.
Sergeant Utterback.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
How did you know the captain thought they were Apaches that killed Mr. Gresham's detail?
I've been his first sergeant for a long time, sir. You get to know.
I see. Do I get to know?
Well, sir, this is a different kind of service out here. Like Sarver up there was saying a minute ago, this ain't Gettysburg, it ain't full-dress war. But it's the only kind the captain and I ever served in, sir. And, well, you get to know it just like you get to know siege operations, a saber charge by company front after you've had enough of it.
But during the war between the states, didn't...
No, sir. Neither Captain Brittles nor I saw service in the States, sir. While the North and the South were fighting each other, the West still had to be held, and, well, somebody had to do it.
I see. Yes, I see a lot now. That would explain Captain Brittle's contempt for what he calls heroics. He's jealous. He never had his chance at glory. And if he had, I'll wager he would have muffed it. In a way, I feel sorry for the old boy, sitting a sweaty horse on these endless prairies while the great words exploded across the country. Vicksburg, Chancellorsville, Antietam, Appomattox. The policeman on the corner, while history rolled across Georgia to the sea. 5 hours on the way now. Less than 3 hours till dawn. And we're at the North Fork of the Platte. And a full 25 minutes for watering call. Some of the men lie sleeping where they've dismounted. Others huddle together in the moon shadow of the high bank, quietly talking.
There's only one. Then she just left me standing there like a bound boy at a husking.
Yeah, what'd you do then?
I want nothing to do except join the Army.
That little girl in Richmond. Time I was with Grant when we took Richmond. She wasn't at all like that. Not at all.
Any boys ever had a lobster?
Nah, not me. I never even seen one.
When I was in the breastworks in front of Vicksburg, I ate a catfish. Didn't like it.
I could sure put away a lobster right now. Fresh out of the lobster pot and into the cooking pot.
Live?
Sure. That's the only way to cook a lobster. Sure wished I was back in Wiscasset. I get you back in the state of Maine and you'll be pining away for buffalo steak.
No true word was never spoken. Some people just ain't never satisfied.
I ain't never satisfied for a fact. Tell you that. That's how you get someplace in the world, know that? Never be satisfied.
Yeah, sure got you a long way, didn't it?
Got me a stripe.
Yeah, well, looks like you can plan on getting even further, Sarver. Captain's getting fidgety again.
Oh, well, another day, another dollar.
All right, men, fall in.
Here we go.
Prepare to mount, pass the word.
Prepare to mount, pass the word.
Mount.
Mount.
Rod, step forward.
I'll step forward.
Cards. Yo. He's heading north.
How's that, Sergeant?
North. Captain's heading north.
You're right, Sergeant. Red Mesa should be to our left. Instead, it's dead ahead. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, sir.
My father would have done things differently. In the cold, dying moonlight, I could imagine him. Young Major Cohill, riding out of St. Joe to convoy the wagon trains bound west on the Oregon Trail. What a figure he must have been on the old frontier, when the Missouri River itself was the jumping-off place. Killer Cohill, his men had called him, but the wide-roaming Arapahoes had another name for him. Blue Devil with eyes in the back of his head. By this time, Father would have cut those Apaches into coyote meat as they lay sleeping around their smoldering campfire.
Mr. Kyle? Mr. Kyle, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
Were you dozing, sir?
No, of course not. I was just thinking.
Captain Brittles wants you, sir, at the head of the column.
Thank you, Sergeant. Sergeant Utterback said you wanted me, sir.
Yes, Mr. Cohill, I do. This is officer's call. Listen carefully. I have Sergeant Sutro ahead of me with a point. You will relieve him with 8 men and push forward fast.
Yes, sir.
You recall the ford across Red Mesa Wash?
Yes, sir. We crossed it yesterday.
Exactly. There's a knoll on the east side of the wash. A knoll that is crossed by the trail from the top of the mesa.
I remember, sir.
Be on that knoll before dawn. Build a bivouac fire as soon as you arrive.
Do what, sir?
Build a fire. I want to know when you get there.
But I can send a scout back to tell you when I arrive.
I want everyone else for miles around to know it, too. Build a bivouac fire. A squad fire, no larger.
Yes, sir.
Should you happen to be attacked, you're to hold that knoll, fighting on foot. And remember, the dawn light works for you, but it can fool you in this country, so don't shoot till the last possible moment.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. You have your orders.
Yes, sir.
Move out, Mr. Cohill. You're the bait on my hook. Wriggle.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Escape. But first, look what's cooking on CBS tomorrow night. George Burns will, for the first time, unveil his sugar throat voice when the Andrews sisters come to call on him and Gracie. Bing Crosby will go west, young man, go west. For William Boyd, alias Hopalong Cassidy, will be Bing's special guest. And Bing will become Sagalong to team up with Hopalong for a hilarious Western sketch. You'll also hear the antics of top comedian Groucho Marx and another Dr. Christian drama tomorrow night. So make Wednesday nights a stay tuned to CBS night, for these great shows are heard on most of these same CBS stations. And now back to Escape.
You knew Red Mesa was there only because the stars stopped where it stood. The moon was a honey-colored ladle spilling blackness over the edge of the plains. Then the jagged teeth of the Rockies broke it into ragged potsherds, and it was gone. It was dark, black dark, cold dark. The squad fire sputtered and took and pushed the night back a little. This was different. This was command. This was the final moment of the soldier's heritage. To stand ready to fire and be fired upon. To kill and be killed. And it wasn't at all like you expected. It just plumb scared you. Hey, don't stand still, Mittendorf. Keep moving a little all the time. And slap those mounts. Keep them moving, too.
Yes. Hey, Lieutenant. Sir?
Yes, Sarver?
How come that captain sent us up here to sashay around the top of this little hill?
He said we're the bait on his hook.
Huh?
The decoy. If there's an Indian war party, we're to draw them out. Better put on some bacon to fry, Lusk. Make it look natural. Yes.
Meaning we uns may end up like Mr. Gresham and his patrol?
There's always that possibility.
Tain't a prospect that pleases, sir.
That's what a soldier lives for, Sarver. To die.
It is? Yes, sir.
It was a good performance. To any watching Sioux or Apache, here was a small white soldier war party. Like the two yesterday's party they had left lying scalpless in the buffalo grass 30 miles up the valley. Fire lighted, bacon cooking, horses unsaddled, and warriors sleeping from a long night march. Soft for the killing, only the warriors weren't sleeping. Beyond the yellow carpet of firelight, they lay fanned out behind their saddles, waiting, sorting the night sounds with straining ears, pushing at the soft wall of darkness with widened eyes.
Sure wish those dad-burned coyotes didn't sound so much like human beings.
Well, you can be sure of one thing. No Indians running around in the middle of the night yelling like a coyote.
Yeah, but it sure makes me nervous.
Sound like hooty owls back home in Maine.
Hey, what's that?
Behind you.
Don't get in a fret, boys. It's only me.
Oh. General Grant's chief of staff.
You know you're lucky I didn't put a bullet through you?
Nah, you wouldn't do that. Lieutenant said not to fire till commanded.
Any of you fellas ever ate Injun pudding?
What? No.
I ate sweet potato pudding when I was with Sherman at Atlanta, but I didn't like it much.
Was you with Napoleon at Waterloo?
Nope, but I've been talking to Lieutenant.
Naturally. What's the word from headquarters?
It's made of cornmeal and molasses.
What?
Injun pudding.
Oh.
Seen any savages yet?
No, and don't expect to yet.
Why?
There ain't an Indian in the west of the Missouri that'll come out and fight at night if he can help it.
That's right. They're afraid to take a chance of being killed at night. They believe if a warrior's killed at night, he'll be blind when he gets to the happy hunting grounds.
Well, then what are we worrying about?
Who's worrying?
Not me.
Oh.
And then you can start worrying.
Huh?
Storm's coming. Can make out the mesa plainer.
Sure would like some Injun pudding for breakfast.
Slowly, the light came. First, you could see the outline of the mesa. Then, down below, the silver of the water in the wash. Then, the shapes of the men. And out across the plain, the feathers of mist in the draws. If it was to come, it would come now. Hold your fire, men.
Arrows. They're shooting arrows.
What'd you expect? They're Indians.
Hey, what's that?
Hit one of the horses.
Here they come.
Oh, my leg!
Hold your fire. Hold it.
Fire!
They are Apaches.
I got one of the heathen.
I got two. Look at them lying yonder.
Yeah, one of them's still wriggling.
I'll fix that.
Hold your fire.
Well, I was just...
They'll be back. That was only the beginning.
Yes, sir.
You all right, Coffin?
My leg, sir.
Bone shattered. Hurt much?
A little, sir. Those arrows sure wicked.
Go right through 'em, man, if they don't hit bone.
Do tell.
No action in the new army, huh, Sarver?
Well, it ain't exactly like Gettysburg.
Here they come again. Hold fire.
Yeah, the light's better this time.
Makes no difference. Hold your fire.
They're the ones that did Mr. Gresham in. Look, that one's wearing corporal shreds. And there's one with a U.S. cavalry saber.
Where's Captain Brittles? That's what I want to know.
Most likely having breakfast at the fort. Decoy. We're just... Order fire!
I took care of almost half of them.
Yeah, they'll be back.
No, they won't. That's Captain Brittles now.
Yeah, attacking from the flank. Hey, Sarver, Captain Brittle's got him on the run.
Say, can you pull this tarnation arrow out of me?
Down below the knoll, the remains of the Apaches were streaking for the open plains, with Captain Brittle's men overtaking them, cutting them down with thirsty sabers, and pistoling the ponies as they ran. And then it was quiet, and not an Indian or his pony was left alive. Coffin sat, propped up against a saddle, lighting his pipe, his shattered leg stretched naked and useless before him. And Sarver lay where he had fallen, eyes closed, face blue, his hands around the shaft sunk deep in his left side below the ribs, the feathered tip waving idly with each shallow breath.
Can't we do something for him, sir?
What? Look how deep that arrow is. Right under the heart. Can't cut it out, can't pull it through.
Poor Sarver. He finally saw action.
Yeah. I can hear him now telling St. Peter about the time he beat the Apaches on the Cohill.
It's not very funny.
No, I guess you're right, Coffin. How's your leg? Paining you much?
Can't feel anything. Lieutenant.
Yes, Coffin?
You think they'll send me back home to get this fixed? You think maybe I'll get to see the state of Maine right soon?
I hope so, Coffin.
Land of Goshen, no. You won't get further than a base hospital at Council Bluffs. They'll wire you together, slap a plaster on you, and send you right back to fight Indians.
It was a strange feeling, a mixture of pride and guilt, watching a man die whom I had commanded into action, looking at the shattered leg of another, and a feeling of helplessness, too. For the moment, we could only sit there and wait. Our horses were dead or stampeded by the action. We were alone on our little hilltop in the hot red glare of the rising sun. And then the company rode back in triumph, and I was reporting to Captain Brittles, and it seemed like months instead of hours since I had last looked at his tired gray face.
Mr. Cohill, you did that well. You may do in time.
Captain, you knew they were Apaches yesterday at sundown. And you knew they were camped on top of the mesa, didn't you, sir?
Mr. Cohill, accuracy in observation is a military virtue. Had you pushed forward to that slope yesterday afternoon, you would have found Mr. Gresham, not Sleeping Buffalo. And had your eyes been sharp, you would have found this, between the slope and last night's bivouac.
An Apache headband.
That's right, and bloodstained. And had you been a plainsman and suspected Apaches, you would have looked at once for smoke at sundown from the highest ground. In this case, Red Mesa.
You had me fooled, sir. I even thought...
The facts for the record are these. My patrol, temporarily bivouacked at dawn today, came under a sudden enemy attack. Fortunately, it was able to hold until I arrived with the main body.
I understand perfectly, sir. I'm familiar with departmental orders which allow defensive actions only and expressly forbid attack.
And yet, they are in direct violation of cavalry tactics. The cavalry is extremely weak on the defensive and can only defend well by attacking. I believe that is also taught at West Point.
Captain, I'm terribly sorry for
Mr. Cohill, never apologize. It is a mark of weakness. There's a captain out here who tried at once to escape an inquiry board. He escaped it, but he will die a captain, in spite of his apology. The officer who saw to it could have worked with him and made a soldier of him, if his humanity had been large enough. Mr. Cohill, I'm going to make a soldier out of you. You may present my respects to General Cohill when next you write your father. Mr. Cohill, take morning stables.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Command by James Warner Bella, adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Elliott Reed as Lieutenant Cohill, Bill Johnstone as Captain Brittles, and Ted DeCorsia as Sergeant Utterback. Also heard were Sam Edwards, Tony Barrett, Bert Holland, and Paul Frees. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are standing on an unfinished roadbed somewhere in Mexico. It is night, and a drunken, murderous foreman is forcing you to dig till you drop. The .45 in his hand means that for you, there can be no escape.
Gracie Allen's campaign to make George Burns a real singing rival to Bing Crosby, his Wednesday night neighbor on CBS, is reaching its climax. Tomorrow night, backed by the beauty and talent of not one, but all three Andrews sisters, George Sugarthroat Burns will definitely try out his tonsils in song. Bing or Sugarthroat, it's really no choice for CBS fans, for you can hear each Sugarthroat following Bing every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, where you'll find adventure and escape every Tuesday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a murderous conflict of greed and passion aboard a coastwise tramp steamer headed for Central America, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in their exciting tale, Maracas.
I am standing in the little patio of a cantina near Maracas. The air is heavy with the scent of tropical vines, tequila, and gunpowder. There's broken glass everywhere, and the most appalling silence. Captain Kelso is standing here with me. So is Estelle. And General Topaz and his men, their swarthy faces serious, completely erasing their earlier gaiety. The party is over. We're all waiting for General Topaz to give the order. And then... But maybe I'd better start at the beginning. I know now I should never have taken the berth as mate on the Bruno. She's a coastwise tramp out of San Diego, but at the time I figured working under that loudmouth, sadistic, slave-driving Kelso was better than the seaman's mission. They were carrying a cargo for Santa Gardo and 2 passengers. From the beginning, the voyage spelled trouble. For one thing, we weren't long out of Dago when we ran into the blow. I wasn't too concerned about it, but I went to notify the old man purely as a matter of routine. I found him sprawled across his bunk, his mouth open, snoring. There were a couple of empties on the floor and another in the basin. Captain Kelso. Hey, Skipper. Hey, Skipper. Storm, we're running into weather.
So, something wrong?
No, sir, I just thought you'd like to know.
Good. Now I know. Get back to the bridge.
But suppose I have to change course, sir.
Haven't you been in a blow before? Maybe I should have checked your papers before I signed you on. You are a sailor, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I've been to sea a couple of times.
Well, get out of here and quit beefing it. And don't bother me again. I got a headache.
You should have.
What's that, Mr. Doyle?
Nothing, sir. Nothing. Back in the wheelhouse, I watched the well deck below disappear completely again and again beneath the angry white water. And then, if I didn't have enough on my mind, it was the passenger, George Miley. I hate passengers. They don't belong on freighters, always underfoot, always asking fool questions. And Marling was no exception. But what was worse, he was also the shipper of all that cargo in number 2 hold. Farm equipment from Marling and Gavin, Los Angeles.
Mr. Doyle.
So we had orders to be polite to him.
Mr. Doyle.
You shouldn't be running around the ship in this kind of weather, Mr. Marling. You'll get yourself hurt.
I want to see the captain.
He's not here, sir.
Well, where is he?
He's in his quarters, asleep, sir.
Asleep in a storm like this? Tell the captain I want to see him.
I can't do that, Mr. Marling.
I'm a personal friend of Captain Kelso's. He'll see me.
Sorry, but he left strict orders not to be disturbed for anything.
But the sea is wild. It'll bash my cargo to bits.
Your cargo is all right, sir. Now, why don't you just go to your stateroom and relax, huh?
Young man, when I want to discuss my business with a mate, I'll call you. When I want to talk to the captain, I mean exactly that. Now get in.
If he's asleep, wake him.
Wake him nuts. I'd rather kick a cobra out of his bed. Go wake him yourself.
I will. And I shall also report you for your insolence.
Yeah, do that. What did he think? Somebody was going to steal his precious cargo? He was on the dock when we loaded it. He was in the hold when we stowed it, and on the deck when we battened the hatches. If he was so afraid we'd contaminate it, why didn't he send it air express? Yeah, I was still burning about it when the second came to relieve me. Went down to the galley to have a cup of coffee. Yanked the spigot of the coffee urn so hard that hot coffee splashed in and out of the cup and all over my pants. Oh! I spun around so mad I saw red. Yeah, I saw red, all right. A shining red page boy bob. And underneath it, a mocking face. And about 110 well-distributed pounds. There were only 2 passengers on board, so that made her Mrs. Miley.
May I have a cup of that?
What?
Coffee.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do I surprise you that much?
No. As a matter of fact, I just thought that...
Yes, I know. Everybody thinks that. If they meet George first.
And if they meet you first?
Then I warn them about George.
Oh?
Was he very unpleasant?
Well, he got a rise out of me, if that's what you mean.
Yes, he does that to people. What did he want you to do? Stop the storm?
You know him better than I do.
I don't think you like me.
I'm sorry. I've got something else on my mind.
Oh, don't be so serious. I was only kidding you.
So?
So? It's going to be a long trip?
Excuse me, Mrs. Marling. I've got to get back to the bridge.
Everybody calls me Estelle. What do they call you?
They call me Doyle, Mr. Doyle. Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
I hope I haven't rushed you.
Passengers. You see what I mean? They get in your hair one way or another. Only one day out, and already she was bored. Already she was looking for a way to pass the time and somebody to pass it with. Well, you can ignore the passengers, but the cargo, that's the lifeblood of shipping. So as soon as the storm quieted down, I went below to make sure it was all well secured. Number 3 hold filled with canned goods was okay. So was number 4, which carried a cargo of radios. Then I went into number 2 to see how Marling's farm implements were faring. And immediately I was glad I had. One end of a crate had jarred loose, and wouldn't do for Marling to find that. I brought my flashlight closer to check for possible damage, and that's when I saw them. Highly polished stocks of a half-dozen rifles. Farm equipment, huh? I ripped open a few more crates. Yeah, they were all the same. Rifles. No wonder George Marling was so concerned with his cargo. Captain Kelso.
I told you to keep out of here.
You know what we're carrying in number 2 hold?
Sure, cargo, farming equipment.
Well, the only digging it'll be doing is for graves.
What do you mean?
The crates of rifles Marling's transporting.
What are you doing in number 2 hold?
Listen, Kelso, I signed on this ship as mate, but when it comes to carrying contraband, that's something else.
The cargo's listed on the bill of lading as farm equipment. As far as I'm concerned, that's what it is. Understand, Mr. Doyle?
Yeah, I understand. What's your cut?
What are you talking about?
Kelso, you're just unsurprised enough. How much are Marling and Gavin paying you?
If you got something definite on your mind, spring it.
All right, I will. I want my share.
Why, you...
And if I don't get it, I might be unhappy. I might talk to the wrong people. Like, say, port officials.
Why, you punk. What do you think you are? Get out of here. Get out before...
Get this straight, Kelso. If I'm going to help carry trouble, I'm going to get paid for it. And you can tell that to that jerk Marling.
Why don't you tell me yourself?
All right, Marling, so you hurt me.
Well, it wasn't my fault. He was snooping around the hold, Mr. Marling. I didn't know anything about it.
Naturally you didn't. You were asleep. Drunk.
He's a meddling fool. He had no right.
Don't upset yourself, Captain. Huh? There's enough profit in my cargo for all of us. No reason why we can't let the man share with us, now is there?
You're making a mistake. Why don't you let me handle him?
You had that opportunity, Captain. We'll do it my way now.
And what's my share your way?
We'll talk about that.
I want a third.
A third? Oh, you are greedy. No, I'm afraid we can't let you have that much.
Why not?
There are already 3 of us in the deal. My partner Gavin in Los Angeles, myself, and the good captain here.
All right, then I'll settle for a 4th.
How about, shall we say, $3,000?
Oh, you're really off your rocker. That hold is loaded with those crates.
You better take it, Mr. Doyle. Your threat about informing the port officials won't do much good unless you get to port. See? Afraid you're not in a very good position to bargain.
I'd say I was. Because you see, Marling, you either give me a 4th, or every man in the crew will know what we're carrying before night. You know what happens then? You got a big split on your hands. Everybody shares.
You're a very smart man.
Well, Marling, is it a deal?
It's a deal.
In just a moment, we will return you to Escape. There's a fellow who makes a nice little thing singing popular songs, a fellow named Crosby, Bing Crosby. Then comes another fellow named Frank Fay and begins to analyze the words to the songs this man Crosby has been singing. Is it justice? Well, who knows? But it's one of the funniest sessions on the air, if you heard their broadcast last month. Frank Fay will pay Bing another visit tomorrow night on Bing's regular Wednesday night CBS show. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, Burns and Allen, Dr. Christian. They're all Wednesday night stars on most of these same CBS stations. And now we return you to Escape and the second act of Maracas.
The first day of the voyage of the Bruno was drawing to a close. Not 12 hours ago, I'd shipped out of San Diego with exactly $1.62 and a Canadian dime to my name. And now, the potential. The jackpot potential. The night was clear and dark as I came off watch. There was no moon. The storm had blown itself out to the southwest, and now only a light wind across our port beam marked its passing. It was the kind of a night I always liked at sea. Quiet and dark. But this night I would have felt a lot happier if there'd been a moon. There were too many dark places where a man could be ambushed on a ship, and the sea is a handy repository for unwanted ballast, including the human variety. So I moved warily, conscious of every sound around me.
Mr. Doyle!
I almost jumped out of my jacket when I heard him.
Mr. Doyle!
What? Where are you?
Up here on the boat deck. May I see you a moment?
Sure. I went up the steps, one hand on the railing, one hand on the pocket that held my gun. And I stopped. Took a bearing and squinted in the darkness. I could just make him out, Marling, standing near number 3 lifeboat.
Over here, Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to you.
Yeah, I gathered that.
It's, about our partnership.
What about it?
I like you, Mr. Doyle. I think you're a fine addition to our little enterprise. But, there's a little problem.
The fine print, the hidden clause in the contract. Huh?
Oh, it's nothing that can't be worked out. I'm afraid I was a little hasty, spoke inadvisedly in the captain's quarters.
Oh?
While my partner, Tom Gavin, is a very reasonable man, I feel sure he would never endorse a 4-way split. You know, there's a lot of overhead to a proposition like this. It isn't all clear profit.
Get to the point, will you?
Isn't it obvious? We have one too many partners. One has to be liquidated.
Which one?
That's a decision I'll leave up to you. Captain Kelso wouldn't hesitate to do it to you if I gave him the chance.
That's a charming idea, but no thanks. I'll run your guns, but you handle your own liquidation.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no alternative, Mr. Doyle.
What?
Keep your hands up and be good enough to move back.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Get over there between the lifeboats.
I hadn't even seen him reach for a gun, yet there it was, pointing into the pit of my stomach as he forced me backwards between the lifeboats where there's no railing. If only I could get to my gun, I'd have a shooting chance.
I didn't know what the sound was, but it startled Marling just enough for me to pull my gun and hit the deck. His bullet went mild, mine found its mark. But he'd made the choice for me. Murder or be murdered. Well, I'd have to explain it. I wondered what I would tell them, but nobody saw it. Maybe nobody even heard it. Maybe I could just keep my mouth shut. Maybe the wind had carried the sound away. I moved quickly across the boat deck and stumbled over a davit crank handle. This must have been the cause of the sound that startled Marling. This was the thing that had saved my life. I stooped down to pick it up and became conscious of something else. A foot. A foot in a spiked-heeled sandal. Mrs. Marling. She stared at me without expression. I didn't know how long she'd stood there in the shadow of the ventilator. I tried to bumble out some kind of an explanation of how it had happened, how it wasn't my fault. I didn't know how much she'd seen, but I stopped abruptly when I heard him coming up the ladder, bellowing like a bull.
Who's up there? What's that shooting about, huh? Oh, it's you, Doyle. What are you... Miss Marling, what are you doing up here? Where's Mr. Marling? What happened?
George had an accident. He fell overboard.
What?
He was drunk. He didn't know what he was doing. He would have killed me if Mr. Doyle hadn't happened along and interfered.
Yeah, but I heard shots.
That was George. When he lost his footing, his gun went off.
Twice?
Yes, twice. I suppose you'll have to make some kind of a record of this in your logbook.
Yeah. I'd better lower a lifeboat and look for him.
Oh, it wouldn't do any good, Captain. George can't swim.
I watched Kelso walk away. I knew he didn't believe any of it. The minute he was out of earshot, I turned to her. What did you lie for? Why didn't you tell the truth the way it happened?
What do you care? You're in the clear.
I don't like the way you did it.
Well, it's done, so forget it. You ought to be grateful to me.
What for?
I saved your life. How do you think that thing got on the deck, that handle?
You mean that
That's right, I threw it. George would have killed you if I hadn't.
Hey, wait a minute. That means that you wanted him dead. Earlier tonight in the galley, I thought you were just passing the time with me. I thought that
You thought what? Let's just say I did you a favor and you did me a favor. Now we're even.
The bereaved little widow. She made that sea scum Kelso look like a choir boy. I don't know what she had in her vicious mind, but it wouldn't be good. Not that it made any difference to me. I had only one interest only, my share of the loot. Now that Marling was dead, the split should be bigger. And then I remembered. I'd done a stupid thing. I'd ripped open quite a number of those crates in my hurried inspection of the cargo, and I hadn't crated them up again. Those shiny rifle butts were visible. We couldn't risk port officials seeing them. I hurried into number 2 hold and was busy nailing up the cases when Kelso came down.
Counting your chickens?
Just protecting my investment.
You've gotten around an awful lot tonight, Doyle.
I'm an active partner.
Yeah? Well, if you want to stay that way, you'll take orders from me.
Marling's gone. It's every man for himself now.
I don't like you, Doyle.
That's mutual.
That was some cock and bull story you and her cooked up.
You heard her tell it?
I've known Marling for years. I know he never touched a drop of liquor.
Talk to her about it.
That's the trouble. I can't prove a thing. But you watch your step, Doyle. Don't you get any idea you can cut me out like you cut him out?
Yeah, well, I'm going to watch you too, Kelso. I'm going to watch you close.
You can quit fighting over it, boys. There isn't going to be any money to split.
What?
The cargo's already been paid for. Tom Gavin collected for it in Los Angeles before this ship ever sailed.
Marling told me it would be paid for at the end of the run. Marling promised
George promised a lot of things. And George isn't here.
You never intended for him to reach the end of the run. Is that it, Mrs. Marling?
Oh, smart. Boy.
You and Gavin had a cute little thing cooked up between you, didn't you? And I stepped in and washed your dirty linen.
You haven't anything to squawk about. You're alive, aren't you? And neither have you, Captain. You'll get paid for the freight.
Freight? For that measly amount, I took a chance on losing my license and my ship? Freight? I ought to...
Keep away from me!
All right, leave her alone. I said shut up.
If she thinks she's going to get away with it...
Shut up! Now listen. You hear that? Listen, it's ticking. Only 2 things tick, a clock and a time bomb. Here we've been shouting, screaming at each other as the minutes ticked away. And now we wildly fanned out with flashlights, trying to track down the source of the sound. Fighting time. Minutes, maybe seconds. I was the one who had found it. Planted in one of the cases of rifles I'd opened. Enough TNT to blow the whole ship apart, and us with it. We held our breath, white and tense, as I pulled the clock mechanism away from the detonator, dismantling the bomb. Yeah, there was only one person who could have done it, the one who insured the cargo, the shipper. Marling had been on board, so it had been Gavin.
How do you feel about your Mr. Gavin now, Mrs. Marling? How do you like being a sucker along with the rest of the boys?
You're right. I'm the biggest sucker of all. No wonder Tom was so sure George would never come back. And do you know how he roped me in? With the oldest cliche in the world. He was going to marry me when I came back in my widow's weed.
Never mind the broken blossoms. What about us? We're carrying contraband and all the risk that goes with it, and not a nickel for any of us.
If you two have finished feeling sorry for yourselves, old man Kelso'd like the floor. There's no law of gravity that says this cargo has to go to Santa Gordo, is there?
You've got an idea?
Sure, I got an idea. But I'm boss. You understand, Doyle?
If you've got an idea.
Okay, Mrs. Marling?
All I want is a chance to see Tom Gavin squirm.
You'll get it, I promise you. You gotta be enterprising in this business, Doyle. There's more than one way to turn a buck, and there's more than one side to a revolution.
Like Kelso said, no reason why our cargo should go on to Santa Gordo. There were others who wanted and needed rifles, the guerrillas. And what was more important, they had plenty of money, gold. And Kelso knew a man in Maracas who knew a man who could put us in touch with the guerrilla chief. So we altered the course. 10 days later, we steamed through the Gulf of Teresa and entered the obscure little Bay of Maracas. Estelle, we were partners now. I dropped the Mrs. Marling. Kelso and I, 3 ill-assorted people, went ashore to make the rendezvous. We walked up a steep, winding hill to a little cantina. And just as Kelso had promised, his friend's friend had made the contact. All we had to do was wait. Yeah, it was a hot night, so we sat in the picturesque little patio. And then we heard them. First, it sounded like a roar of thunder from over the horizon. And then it took form. First a boisterous cloud, and then distinct shapes. Horsemen, a dozen or so, shooting and whooping as they galloped up. A gang of renegades, unshaven, sweat-stained, each fiercer looking than the other. All wearing crossed cartridge belts, sombreros, and sporting firearms of assorted caliber and make.
You are Capitan Curso? I am Topaz, El General Topaz.
Well, the shipment's all ready, General. I'll have it unloaded.
There is no hurry. When the time comes, my men will take it off. In the meantime, we have come long way. The hills, they are dry. So are my men. We have drink now.
But I thought maybe we'd better...
Oh, you brought lovely lady. Topaz is happy. And when Topaz is happy, he must have drink. Amadeo, tequila, cerveza for the men and for my friend. Pronto, vamos a gozar una voz.
I've never seen so much liquor consumed so fast. Tequila and cerveza, a violent combination. And it had a wild effect on them. The more they drank, the more uncontrollable they became. Shouting and shooting glasses with coffee at the cobblestone parapet. We began to have an uneasy feeling. We wanted to conclude our business quickly, unload the rifles, get paid, and get out. Even Kelso began to be uneasy.
Look, General, fun is fun, but we can't hang around here all night.
Plenty time, my friend, plenty time. More tequila. Diego, lay for us. Senorita, is this not nice? You are lucky. Music, moonlight, and topaz.
Please, General, Captain Kelso is right. You should send for the cargo.
You think so, eh? All right. Mario, Chalo. Get the men. Unload the rifles. You are happy now, senorita? Descansa, Linda. We have drink, no?
No,
Oh, you think Topaz drink too much, eh? Amadeo, hold the bottle up. I must be drunk. I hit the bottle, not the cork.
He was a good enough shot to make my blood run cold. All of them were. The more they drank, the better their aim. General Topaz was having a riot at the time with a cannon of 44 shooting gourds at the post. And it was a relief when the cases of rifles began to pile up. And suddenly, the general's mood changed. He was bored with his marksmanship.
Bring me one. I want to see how good the gringo's guns are.
One of his men ripped open a crate. General Topaz grabbed a rifle, held it in his hands, inspected it, and threw it violently at me.
What's this? This joke? You make fun with Topaz? Open them all!
His men literally tore the tops off dozens of crates with their fingers. And I told cold in the pit of my stomach. I hoped it had been a mistake, but it wasn't. It was a grim joke. For Gavin hadn't meant that cargo to go through, so he hadn't wasted real rifles on it. He'd sent case after case of dummy cargo. Oh, they were rifles, all right, good enough to fool me down in the hold. If only I'd taken one out, examined it, I might have discovered in time that they were phony guns that would never fire a shell. Cheap hot metal imitations with highly polished pine stocks. Great stuff for kids under a Christmas tree, but not quite good enough for General Topaz.
El General Topaz is important man. I have important war. And for this you pay. Mario, Diego, Nino, Chado, Amadeo, Cano, un gran tiroteo para estos canallas.
And so it's dawn. And we three, Estelle, Kelso, and I, are standing here in the patio. General Topaz and his guerrillas are drunk, but not dead drunk. Rather, deadly drunk. 10 of them. The firing squad lined up facing the 3 of us. Their guns aimed straight at us. And on their dull faces, murder. The general, with his flamboyant sense of drama, raises his gun just as the first rays of the sun streak through.
Listo!
He has a sense of the drama, General Topaz, but no sense of humor.
Apunten!
If it weren't so final, it might be funny. A double cross.
Fuego!
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Maracas by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad as Doyle, Ted DeCorsia as Captain Kelso, Joan Banks as Estelle, Paul Frees as George Marling, and Juano Hernandez as General Topaz. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are on a schooner in the South Seas, and dead ahead lies the island of Polota, and the most desperate man of this lawless region. You have never seen him, but you have sworn to kill him.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of the strangest bargain ever made, as George F. Warts tells it in his famous story, Sunk. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Festive music for a festive holiday, 1 full hour of it. That's the treat in store for you when you tune in to Thanksgiving Day Festival over these same CBS stations.
The Choraliers and the Symphonette combined talents for this great show, plus Leonid Hambro, pianist, Oscar Shumsky, violinist, Bambi Lynn, young Broadway star, and many other favorites. Remember, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thanksgiving Day for the whole family, the Thanksgiving Day Festival over the entire CBS network. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately on most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
10 p.m. WLOBA, Boulevard Watch Time.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a train headed for Calcutta and an exciting tale of the most sought-after emerald in the world, as Richard Sale tells it in his famous story, Figure a Dame.
You do it. You figure a dame. Take this Mrs. Arthur Bankner, whose body I'm hired to guard. A widow woman who wanted a piece of green ice so bad she came halfway across the world to this Raj Johor, this whistle stop in the middle of India. And then to the winter palace of a character named Samurai Dal. Him in his English jodhpur, his jeweled silk turban, his eyes like hard pennies. Him I didn't like.
The star of Kilimanjaro. It has finally brought you to me. What, Mrs. Bankner?
Oh, yes, Samari Dahl. Is that how I call you, or is it Mr. Dahl?
However you call me, madame, will be satisfactory when you pay me the $150,000 we agreed upon. American dollars.
Give him the money, Joe. I can't wait any longer. Oh, I think I've lived my life for this moment.
First we look at the emerald, huh, Mrs. B?
But Mr. Dahl wouldn't... Oh, Joe, it's not done that way. This is India. Different customs, different manners.
How true, Mrs. Bankner.
First we look at it. An old Brooklyn custom. Huh, Sam?
Of course.
Samari Dahl.
The emerald. The star of Kilimanjaro. Fetch it, girl.
At once, Samari Dahl.
Goes good with you, huh, Sam? Dancing girls with bells on their toes?
It's only adequate. I neglected to ask you this, Mrs. Bankner. Forgive me, but just who is this creature?
Joe? Oh, he's not a creature, Mr. Dahl. He's... well, for one thing, he's a detective for the Magnum Insurance Company.
That explains a great deal.
You see, Mr. Dahl, Joe, Mr. Harriman here, recovered some jewelry I lost in Paris. Oh, I was so impressed with him. I mean with how efficient he was. And
She means she persuaded Magnum to let me come along on this little buying trip for protection. Magnum thought it was a good idea, too. Now you know who the creature is. Now everything's gay, huh, Sam?
Samari Dahl.
Thank you. You may go back, girl, to whatever child's game you are playing. I could weep at having to part with this. Here, the star of Kilimanjaro.
Oh, Joe, look at it, look. Oh, all my life, many, many jewels, but, oh, none like this. None.
Yeah. It's something. It'll do.
Oh.
You are satisfied, Joe?
Yeah.
And you, Mrs. Bankner, it satisfies you?
Oh, yes.
Then it remains only for me to be satisfied.
Give him the money, Joe. Give it to him.
Yeah, okay. Okay, here, Sam. You can count it if you want to.
I want to. Oh, exquisite money. Good. Oh, Mrs. Bankner.
Yes.
If, by some grave misfortune, you should lose the Star of Kilimanjaro, or, more exactly, it be stolen from you, then please to refer the thief to me. I shall be happy to buy it back from him at a good price.
Mrs. B wanted to celebrate, so we went to the town's one hot spot, the Rasa Tal. It was a dive. And the props hadn't changed from Flatbush. Smoke, Oriental cigarette type. Bartender, Oriental type. Dames, any type. Complete with Lend-Lease jazz band, the joint was a shore-leave paradise with one great big advantage. No local ordinances. You name it, you can have it.
Oh, I'll have another swizzle, Joe.
Finish the drink you've got, and we'll see.
Oh, Joe, you don't have to be so solicitous. Oh, I've got the star of Kilimanjaro. I've got it, Joe, and we're celebrating, remember? Come on now, dance with me. Joe. Joe, what are you staring at? Joe.
Her.
Who, Joe?
That girl over there, the one against the bar.
She looks like an American, that one.
Yeah.
She's lovely. I only say that because she is. Now, you've looked at her, Joe. Now look back at me.
You know what? I've seen her before.
In Flatbush?
Here, in India. A couple of times before. I look up, and there she is, leaning against a bar, or watching the same rope trick, or being a part of the same crowd as me.
She's following you, Joe, to the ends of the earth. And I bet her resistance is getting lower from bar to bar.
Following me, yeah.
I heard you say something about dancing, lady.
Well, now.
They're avesting you from the poop deck, sailor boy. Beat it.
Oh, Joe, at least buy him a drink.
Buy him nothing. Go on, sailor, make an exit while the house is still with you.
I was saying to you, lady, I heard you want to dance. This guy with you ain't made a move.
Now, what would you have done? Tell me.
Me? I'd dance.
Yeah, you would.
What has happened here?
The Jolly Tar, he happened. Get him out of here.
Oh, yes, Sahib. Amir Tohan, this man on the floor. Out!
You shouldn't have hit him, but... Joe, I liked watching you do it.
And I'm of the same mind. It was a beautiful thing.
Oh, you too, mister? You want to play too?
No, my boy, no. I know an Irish Red Cross when I see one, so I brought you both drinks. My pleasure.
Why, thank you.
I am not Irish.
You may not know it, son, but you are. You know, someplace on your tree there's an Irishman. Do you mind if I sit down?
Who are you? What's the...
A man like you, son. I can tell it by the turn of your lips. A seeker, you might say. After what now? A woman's smile? And there's that here in India. Fortune? There's that here, too. Things, that's what.
Without the Irish poetry, who are you?
Rafferty. John Rafferty.
We're happy to know you, Mr. Rafferty, even for just this moment. We're leaving now.
Oh, really? But why? Let's stay, Joe.
Sleep. We'll need it. The train to Calcutta leaves early tomorrow.
And so it does. Then this is not goodbye after all. For I'll be on that train myself.
Sleep, I'd said. For the widow with the emerald, maybe, but not for me. I sat on the veranda of the Raj Johor Ritz just outside Mrs. B's room, and I could hear her making happy moans in her sleep. Once I heard a crawling noise. I got up, investigated, and found it was a noise made by something that crawls. Then came the dawn. I hustled Mrs. B and her bags into a Model T cab that took 2 hours to get to the railroad station a mile away. That I'd counted on, so we made the train for Calcutta on time.
Oh, Joe, just think, in a few days, Calcutta. Then the plane, then Paris, and then you leave me.
Yeah, that's how it was laid out, the itinerary. Go on in, I'll be there in a minute.
But aren't you coming with me?
No, Mrs. B, you go find your compartment. I'll bring the bags to you.
Oh, but... Oh, I see. The bar girl. That's who it is, isn't it, Joe? Coming this way.
That's who it is, Mrs. B. You won't want to be here when I talk to her, huh, Mrs. B?
No, but don't talk long, Joe. It's me that's paying you, remember?
So Mrs. B was on her way to her compartment. The star of Kilimanjaro and a little pouch with gold strings around her neck and inside her dress. This was the last lap. If anyone was going to lift the rock, it had to be done before we got to Calcutta. And then the girl's perfume was inside me.
We've met before, haven't we? Where or when, I don't know, but we've met.
It's as good a way as any to get to know me. I'm Joe Harriman.
Marion Ryder. Seems we're always in the same places. On the train all the way from Bombay, at the cafe last night, here. Coincidental, isn't it?
Is it? I wouldn't know.
Well, of course it is. Wait, do you mean you've been following me?
A dream like you that makes you hungry inside? It wouldn't be hard.
Like that?
Like that. Traveling for your health, Marion?
No, business.
In this slop hole, something like you, business?
Well, I'm a kind of buying agent for a New York firm. Trinkets. That's it, trinkets.
Emerald trinkets?
Emerald would be lovely. I must find my compartment, Mr. Harriman. Maybe I'll see you again later?
Count on it, Marion. It's a promise I make to myself.
All aboard! All aboard!
I didn't see her again until later. I sat in my own compartment next to Mrs. B's and did a lot of thinking. Important thinking, and I didn't want it mixed up with her perfume. Maybe she was an out-and-out jewel thief, and that bothered me. She was a cinch to get caught if she tried to lift that stone. And you can't make that good time with a girl who's behind bars. I did my thinking like that for a long time. Had a couple of meals in between, and read, and did some more thinking. When I got finished with it, I was looking out of a window and seeing it was a night without moon. A night for company. I walked down to the club car and found what I was looking for. Hello. Hello, Miss... Oh, don't be frightened. It's me. That, kind of night out there get you down?
No. I was just toying with my memory. Sit down, Joe.
Oh, thank you. Toy with your memory some more. It wears wonderful on you. And then tell me about it.
All right. Now shall I tell you about it?
Uh-huh.
Out there, Joe, the night, the black hills, those strange little lights that flicker and swirl past you. It's like... Well, like I wasn't on this train at all, but out there and part of it. Like something I've known and remembered for a long, long time.
Is that all?
That, Joe.
This?
Joe.
Don't say we shouldn't have done it, because we should have.
I know, but what must you think of me? What?
I'll tell you. Because I level with women who level with me. I think you're interested in me.
And?
And trinkets. Expensive trinkets. Like the star of Kilimanjaro.
I don't understand you.
Mr. Harriman, please come, hurry. Mrs. Bankner.
What's the matter with her?
She is very upset. I think something is wrong. She says you come right away. She's crying.
Excuse me, Marion. I gotta go to work. Come on, you.
Yes.
Mrs. B. Mrs. B, something wrong?
Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe, I had a nightmare and I woke up. I was so frightened.
No. All right, conductor, thank you. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
I called for you when I woke up, but you weren't there. Oh, Joe. Sit here and put your arms around me. Oh, Joe, hold me tight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's better like this. You close to me like this.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at me, Joe. What do you see?
You're so helpless, I could kiss you.
Try me, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe. Joe, you're hurting me. Joe, what? Joe!
Her throat was soft against my hands. Her arms waved around for a little while. The look in her eyes was something I had never seen before. She didn't struggle much. She didn't do anything much. Except not believe it was happening to her. That she was being murdered. Then she quit believing anything. She was dead.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, every Wednesday night, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen in 1, 2, 3 order on most of these same CBS stations. Hear them all tomorrow night on CBS. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
There wasn't much trouble falling asleep after that. After I was sure Mrs. B was dead, and after I'd stashed the emerald where it couldn't be found. Wasn't much trouble falling asleep at all. Like being out with a beautiful dame, and she liked you. And you went home and put your arms behind your head and smiled to yourself. And you slept the best kind of sleep of all. It got to be 8 o'clock in the morning, and that was all right, too. Because there I was having breakfast in the diner with another promise I'd made to myself. Her name was Marion Ryder. And she poured my coffee for me.
I've been thinking, Joe.
Uh-huh.
I've been thinking it was wrong what we did last night.
I'll tell you why it wasn't, Marion. You want to hear?
Just don't lie to me.
I'm crazy about you. See, I don't even have to look down into my coffee cup when I say it, like you're doing.
I'm sorry. It's just that...
Wait a minute, honey. Conductor. Hey, come here a minute, you.
Yes? What is it you wish, sir?
I wish this. I wish that you would go down to Mrs. Bankner's compartment and wake her up. Tell her this mush you waiters serve for breakfast is lousy, but tell her she's got to get some food in her.
Yes, sir.
But don't just stand there. I wish it, so do it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Joe.
What are we saying, honey?
Don't call me honey.
Why not?
It's a word I don't care for. Just don't do it.
Yeah. No class, huh? Sure, wait till we get to Calcutta. I'll find the words that'll fit.
Joe, leave me alone now.
But...
Calcutta is only a few hours away, Joe.
Sure. I know about dames, Marion. They need thinking time to make everything right with themselves. Sure. I'll see you later.
Morning, my boy. Morning to you. Morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rafferty.
Have you had your breakfast yet?
Yes, don't remind me of it.
Oh, you come along and have a coffee with me, then.
Thank you, but no.
Oh, by the way, my boy, Mrs. Bankner.
What about her?
Well, nothing about her, but I'm in the next compartment to hers, and I heard the conductor knocking on a compartment door just now, and she doesn't seem to answer.
Oh, she sleeps heavy.
Oh, well, she's lucky. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bankner? Breakfast, Mrs. Bankner.
What's the matter, conductor?
She doesn't answer. I've been knocking.
Oh, yes, sometimes she does that. Have you got a key to the door?
Yes, but...
Open it.
Very well.
Holy...
Something is...
Yes, something is, all right. Come on in. Close that door. Look at her, will you?
Something is...
You said that. She's dead. I'll tell you something else. The lady's been murdered.
You said...
I said murdered. Look at the marks on her throat. Strangled.
Sir, her hand. Please, she is holding something in her hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she is at that, a button.
Perhaps the man who did this thing to her. His button.
That's a real good, perhaps. Come on. Not a word about Mrs. Bankner to anybody, you understand?
Yes, but...
I'm a detective. I know about these things. Not a word. Come on. When do we get to Calcutta?
In 3 hours, noon. First stops are for water. A 5-minute stop at a village, Mipirai, then Calcutta.
As soon as we get there, telegraph to Calcutta to the police. Tell them what's happened. And that's all. You understand?
Yes.
Well, now we go in here. In here.
But this is Mr. Rafferty's compartment.
Yes, the guy who did it. Close the door. I think he got what he was after from Mrs. Bankner. Maybe we'll find it.
There will be trouble. You are searching his things.
I told you I'm a detective. I know how to operate. Now, let's try this closet. Let me see. Nothing here.
But the button...
I'll give it to you. I'll turn it over to the British police when we get to Calcutta. Here, take it.
Yes. But the button in Mrs. Bankner's hand was brown.
Gray. Can't you see the button is gray? Take it. We stood there staring at each other for maybe a minute, and then his eyes eased off mine. He made a kind of sloppy salute. He turned, went down the train corridor to wherever it is conductors hold their heads in their hands. It had been awful close, awful tight. Tearing a gray button off Rafferty's coat while I searched it and palming the button off on the conductor, that was a little task that took delicacy and timing. So I'm delicate with my fingers, and my sense of timing is perfect, and I'm sure of myself. And that adds up to a win. When we hit the water stop, I got off to stretch my legs, to let myself breathe the fresh air so it would cool me off inside. The little guy running like a monkey on top of the water tank looked neat and clean in his white diaper and green turban. The hills covered with snow looked good, far away, but good. And then an Irish mosquito buzzed in my ear.
That's a lovely panorama, those hills. Lovely. It's like music. Flutes and bells and the flight of birds.
Yeah, they're like that. I don't know the words to the music, but they're like that.
It's a pity Mrs. Bankner isn't here to enjoy them with you.
What about Mrs. Bankner?
What about Mrs. Bankner? Well, why, she's dead. Murdered. Surely you knew that, my boy.
How did you find out about it?
Oh, you know how it is on a train. Things get themselves whispered about.
How did you find out?
Now, easy, boy, easy. You're a fiery one, are you not? It's only that I saw the conductor looking sad, and me being a kind of friendly human being, and smart enough to know conductors know things, I asked him why he was sad. Asked him in a way that made it easy for him to answer.
Quicker, Rafferty. Get to it quicker.
Well, he told me that you told him not to say a word about the murder. And I said, whose murder? And then he says, Mrs. Bankner's, and I said, oh. And he said he'd be disgraced because it happened on his train.
What else, Rafferty?
And the matter of the button was deeply puzzling to him.
Button?
Yes, the button. Now, isn't that a queer thing to be puzzling to him? Him with a murder on his hands.
The train got going after that. Me too, my brain, that is. Things going around in my brain. Everything got mixed up with that crummy little button and that crummy little conductor. Imagine a guy so scared he had to shoot his mouth off like that, and shoot it off to Rafferty, of all people. The conductor needed a little talking to, a finger waved under his nose. The way it happened, I was standing on the observation platform by myself, and he came right up to me.
Mr. Harriman. I beg your pardon, Mr. Harriman.
Yeah?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Harriman, but lunch is being served in the diner. An early lunch. We shall be in Calcutta in an hour.
Come here, you.
I beg your pardon.
I said come here.
You wish it?
Uh-huh. You know something? You look worried.
Because I am.
Why?
This whole affair. The murder and the...
Button?
That, sir. And the other thing. You say Mr. Rafferty is the murderer.
I told you not to talk to him.
I told him hardly anything. I didn't tell him he was suspect.
Oh, it's good you didn't. Real good for you didn't. Just let Rafferty coast, you understand? Then when we get to Calcutta, the police will arrest him because you've got the evidence. The button.
I've got it. Only...
Only what?
Only I thought it was brown.
You did, huh?
It was brown.
You're sure of it?
It was brown. When it was in Mrs. Bankner's hand, it was brown. When you gave it to me in Mr. Rafferty's compartment, it was gray. See, I have it here. It is gray.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Sir?
Give it to me. Thank you. Now, you know what?
It was brown.
Yeah, it was. But I'm saying something. I'm saying, you know what?
Sir?
I'm saying you've got to go. You really got to go.
Sir, what are you doing?
Right now, you
Sir,
got to go.
It was gray. No, no, no!
Now everything was right. Everything in place. The button I had had proved Rafferty the murderer of Mrs. B. The conductor, everybody would say the poor guy had a bad accident. Now all it needed was the payoff to a dream. And that would be something named Marion Ryder.
Who is it?
It's Joe. I'm bringing you pretty flowers. Let me in.
I don't see any flowers.
You will. Shut the door, Marion.
All right.
Keeps twisting around inside me. I love you.
You can't say things like that.
Stop me, then.
Like this, Joe. Like that.
One of those things. I meet you, bang. Electricity, just like that.
Joe.
I love you. I'd do anything for you. I never said that to a woman
Joe,
before.
wait. I've got to tell you something first.
What's to tell me? That you're a crook? That you followed me and Mrs. B so you could lay your hands on the star of Kilimanjaro?
No, Joe, wait.
You're too late, kid. Mrs. B is dead, murdered. The emerald's gone. Something wrong, kid.
Oh, so much. So much.
Oh, nothing is wrong. Rafferty, the Irish poet, is going to take the rap for it. He was after the emerald, too, but he's not getting it. Just the gallows. That's all Rafferty
Joe,
gets.
listen to me. Stop talking and listen.
No, kid, you listen to me. I get 50 grand for it. We'll take it back to Samurai Dal and sell it to him again. 50 grand, you and me. We can die from so much joy. I killed her for you.
You? You killed Mrs. Bankner? You murdered her?
Sure. Kid, it wasn't hard. You mean that much to me, so it wasn't hard. It was almost a pleasure. A down payment on our happiness, you might call it.
Oh, you spoiled everything. Oh, Joe, you poor fool.
Marion, is that right, Joe? You're such a fool.
Get out of here, Rafferty.
No tricks, lad. This gun I hold makes holes in people. You're people, aren't you, Joe? Or are you?
What do you want here? Tell me before I go for my gun, I do foolish things like that.
I don't doubt it. But first I'll tell you, lad. I know how you planted a murder on me with a button from my coat. And I know where the Star of Kilimanjaro is.
So you're nothing but a filthy, stinking jewel thief, just like I figured.
Not quite, Joe. Marion, tell him how I know these things. Tell him who I am.
He's the chief of the Magnum Insurance Company agents in Bombay.
Rafferty, you're crazy.
No. Magnum cabled him to follow you and Mrs. Bankner to make sure the emerald got back safely. Magnum didn't trust you with a stone like that. They put another man on to make sure you wouldn't steal it. And you had to kill her.
They can't prove it. I'll pin it on Rafferty, so help me.
But you killed her. You just admitted it.
Only to you. Your word isn't worth dust. You're a crook yourself.
No. Not quite. Marion?
All right, I'll tell him. Joe, I happen to be Rafferty's wife.
She said it. It only took her a couple of seconds, but that's what she said. But it took a long time for the words and the sound to get to me. And you know something? Looking at her then, and watching her mouth move, she looked real sad, and suddenly real lonely. You do it. You figure it, dame.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Figure a Dame by Richard Sale, adapted for radio by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Joe, Joan Banks as Marion, Sarah Selby as Mrs. Bankner, and Ben Wright as Rafferty. Also heard were Paul Frees, Harry Bartell, and Gary Merrill. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are on a small ship off the coast of Borneo. In the waters beneath you lies a fortune in pearls, and at your side stands a man from whose murderous greed there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Floyd A. Nelson's exciting tale of reckless men and their lust for treasure. Seeds of Greed. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. It's Christmas time. Lots of mistletoe, lots of packages, lots of carols being sung. And never a man to overlook a chance to celebrate, George Burns gets into the act with a special program of what he claims are Christmas carols. George's sponsor had certain ideas about George's voice a few weeks ago and fired him from the show. And tomorrow night, you'll learn how George's fellow singers and Christmas shoppers in general react. For one of the merriest of holiday shows, don't miss George's and Gracie's program on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you
Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to an early California gold camp and an exciting tale of frontier revenge, as Les Crutchfield tells it in his colorful story, The Pistol. San Francisco Bay was a graveyard that summer, with over 300 deserted windjammers lying at anchor, and the city itself the next step to a ghost town. Every man who could walk, run, or stagger had headed inland to look for gold, and the women had followed. Mostly they traveled up the river as far as Sacramento, then fanned out into the hills. That was the jumping-off place, Sacramento.
Step right in, boys. Move up close. Everybody sees and everybody gets a chance. Anytime old honest Faraday runs an auction, you know it's on the level. All right now, friends. The pistol I'm holding in my hand here is the first one of its kind ever seen west of the Rockies. The first model of Dr. Samuel Colt's new 44 caliber 6-shooter. The gun that fires 6 times without reloading. Now, who'll open her up with a bid of $250? Did you hear me? $250. Come on, boys. There's plenty of gold on the Sacramento River, but only one Colt 6-shooter. Now, did I hear a bid of, say... $250. Thank you, sir. The man says $250. All right, here we go.
I stood there in the hot sun on the Sacramento waterfront and watched the crowd bidding for the pistol. Roustabouts, gamblers, vaqueros, gold miners, men from everywhere and from nowhere. And a few women. I wanted that gun myself. I wanted it bad. I was taking a stagecoach to Rawhide Flats in the morning, where my brother Dave and his partner had located a rich claim. And I didn't plan to load myself down with an outfit, but a gun was different. I was packing $1,000 in gold eagles, and I was ready to lay out a good part of it to get that 6-shooter. The bidding reached $500.
All right, anybody else? Anybody making $550? $525. Anybody else? All right, going once. Going twice.
$600.
$600. And the new bidder. I have $600. Gentleman here bids $600. Will anybody make it $625? $625. Only $700. And another new bidder. And the little lady knows a bargain when she sees one. All right, I'm bid $700. 777. Will anybody make it $8? How about you, mister? Follow the bid $6. Would you want to raise it again, sir?
Sorry, mister. 6 was my limit. Let her have it.
All right, anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Sold! Lady, you bought yourself a gun. Now, friends, if you'll step right over here to the end of the platform, I've got...
Could I get through? Pardon me, please.
Well, congratulations.
What? Oh, you should have kept on bidding.
Why? You'd have gone to $1,000 if you had to.
Yes, I suppose I would. I guess it just isn't your lucky day.
Oh, I don't know. Haven't I just met the prettiest girl in California?
Have you?
Haven't I?
Maybe that's not as lucky as you think.
When I climbed on board the stagecoach to Rawhide Flats the next morning, I found 7 trunks had already been loaded. 5 tied on the back and top and 2 inside. And a few minutes later, their owner showed up. Oh, it was the red-headed gal who'd bought the gun the afternoon before. It took 5 miles out of Sacramento to break the ice. And after that, well, I learned her name was Teresa Blake. She'd been down to San Francisco to buy some new clothes, and she was on her way back to Rawhide Flats.
No, I don't live with my folks. I don't have any folks. I work.
Oh? Doing what?
I'm a singer. The Brass Nugget Saloon.
I see. No wonder you wanted a gun so bad.
No, I never have any trouble there. I got the pistol as a present for my boss, Mr. Mallory.
$700 makes a pretty expensive present, Miss Blake.
He's been good to me. Awfully good.
I see. Well, anyway, it's a great gun. In 15 years, every man west of St. Louis will be packing one.
Oh, I was going to give you something. I almost forgot. sort of consolation prize for losing out on the gun. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, it looks like a little gold nugget.
Brass, not gold. It's to hang on a watch chain. Souvenir of the Brass Nugget Saloon. Of course, you can pretend it's real gold if you like.
All right, I will then. I hope that's not what my young brother's doing on the Boston Pocket claim of his. I mean, pretending it's real.
The Boston Pocket claim.
Uh-huh.
You said your name was Storm.
That's right. Jonathan Storm.
I didn't even recognize it until... Then you're Dave Storm's brother.
Yeah. Do you know him?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Storm, I wonder if you'd mind if I tried to get some sleep now. I'm really awfully tired.
Around the middle of the afternoon, our stagecoach dropped out of the rough hills we've been traveling through, ran down into a comparatively level gulch, splashed across the ford in the creek below town, and swung into the wagon-rutted main street of Rawhide Flats. It was like every other boom town I'd seen. A mixture of mud, shacks, board-fronted stores, bars, rooming houses, stables, horses, burros, and men. Men everywhere, milling and shoving along the plank walks and out into the street. Noisy, brawling, bearded, and tough. Rawhide Flats. Half hour later, I rented a horse and rode up through the canyon north of town. Both banks of the creek were lined with miners, busy with picks and shovels, pans and rockers. All of them breaking their backs, sweating out their hearts for the same reason: gold. About 3 miles up, I turned into the side canyon the man at the livery stable had told me about. And a few yards in, I found it blocked off by a 6-foot rail fence.
All right, mister. That's far enough.
Yeah? Afraid I might jump that fence?
Don't get smart. Just turn that horse around and head out the same way you came in.
Why? I just got here. Is this the Boston Pocket claim?
That's right. You're as close to it right now as you're gonna be. Go on, get.
Now, look, suppose you put that rifle away before it goes off and hurts somebody, huh? And go tell the owner his brother's here.
Barton Mallory's got no brother. Now get out.
Mallory? The way I heard it, Dave Storm is the owner of this claim.
Storm? Are you Storm's brother?
That's right. Is he around here?
Get out of here, Storm. Boot that horse and ride, do you hear me? This is the last one you're gonna get. So start riding.
All right, mister. I never argue with anybody who's packing a rifle, unless I've got one, too. And maybe the next time I will have. Come on, boy, get up!
Yes? Oh, Mr. Storm. What are you doing here? How did you find my room?
I asked one of the bartenders over at the Brass Nugget. Mind if I come in, Miss Blake?
Of course I mind. Why, if Mr. Mallory found you here, he'd...
He'd what? You only work for him. He doesn't own you, does he?
That's no concern of yours. You're presuming a good deal simply because we rode in the same stagecoach. Now get out.
Miss Blake, I didn't come here with any presumption in mind. All I'm after is some information about my brother Dave. Where is he?
I don't know anything about him.
You brought his name up yourself during the trip this morning.
I have nothing to say. Will you please leave?
What's this about Bart Mallory owning Dave's Boston Pocket claim?
I know nothing about it.
Dave's partner's called Dan Rivers. Do you know him?
Get out.
All right, Miss Blake. I'll find them. And it's nice to have seen you again.
Look, if you want some good advice, leave town right now and don't ask any more questions.
Why not?
Never mind why not, Mr. Storm. Just get out of town fast.
Thanks for the advice, Miss Blake. I'll decide whether it's good or not after I talk to my brother and his partner. Now, look, Dan, you're Dave's partner, so let's have it straight. Why does everybody shut up like a clam when I mention his name? What's this all about? Where's Dave, anyway?
Jonathan, I wish somebody else had told you.
Told me what?
That David is dead.
Dead?
That's right, Jonathan. He was...
Go on, Dan. What happened?
He was shot in the back We found him lying in the street at the north edge of town one morning a couple of weeks ago.
I see. Who did it?
You want the official story?
Yeah, first.
They say Dave dropped into the Brass Nugget Saloon late that night and sold the Boston Pocket claim to Bart Mallory. Took $12,000 in gold certificates for it. And they say that's how come he was murdered and robbed after he left the Nugget.
Has Mallory got a deed, a bill of sale?
Yeah, he's got one all right with Dave's name on it.
How come Dave could sell the claim out from under you even if he wanted to? I thought the two of you were partners.
We were, but we recorded the whole claim in Dave's name. And that way only one of us had to make the trip to Sacramento.
All right. That's the official story. Let's have the other one.
Dave wouldn't have sold out to Mallory for any amount of money. Mallory had been after him for weeks, but Dave and me both knew we had the best claim in Rawhide Flats.
So?
Some of his gunslingers bushwhacked Dave. Mallory turned up with his phony deed the next day. And everybody in town knows it, but nobody dares to say so.
I suppose it's like every other boom camp. No law here yet, huh?
Only what law a man can make for himself.
In that case, I guess I better make a little. To fit this Bart Mallory.
Maybe you don't know exactly what you're tying into, son. Why, he's got half a dozen or more of the toughest boys in California on his payroll.
We'll find out how tough they are.
Don't count much on me. I'm an old man.
All right, Dan. So they're not the best odds in the world. Can't be helped. You play with the cards you got.
Dave used to tell me you were the coldest man he ever seen when it come to trouble. I think maybe he was right.
Well, first thing I need's a gun. With odds the way they are, I guess I better have a six-shooter.
Pretty out of luck, Jonathan. I've heard of 'em, but you won't find one here in Rawhide.
Oh, there's one here, all right. Fella got it just today. Fella named Mallory.
Mallory? Now, wait a minute,
Now, look,
son.
Dan. I thought a lot of my brother. And I don't like the way he was killed. I need that gun of Mallory's. I'm going to get it. And then I'm going to use it to get Mallory. That's the way it's going to be, Dan. You can count on it.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, another Wednesday night, Star Night, coming up on CBS again tomorrow. The young fellow who made good on the Bing Crosby show last week will be back again for more songs and fun-making. The young fellow named Al Jolson, who Bing thinks is quite promising. Burns and Allen will be around again with more of their madcap humor, and Groucho Marx will be throwing the ad-libs fast and furiously on You Bet Your Life. And Dr. Christian, the only show in radio where the audience writes the scripts, will be announcing a great new prize contest. They're all heard on most of these same CBS stations. So tune in tomorrow night for Dr. Christian, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen. And now we return you to Escape.
I stepped inside the swinging doors of the Brass Nugget Saloon and looked things over. Finally, I had the bartender point out Mallory. He was sitting at a table in the back near the offices, playing poker with three other men. The two boys lounging against the wall behind him were obviously his bodyguards. I pushed my hat back on my head and walked toward the table.
Well, there you are, boys. 4 10s. I guess that ought to do it.
Sorry to butt in, but is your name Barton Mallory?
Yeah, that's right. Something I can do for you?
My name is Storm. Jonathan Storm.
This is the one I told you about, boss.
You probably knew my brother.
Oh, yes, David Storm. Sure. He used to come in here.
So I heard.
You got anything special in your mind?
Yeah. I need a gun. I understand you got a new six-shooter.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale.
I didn't say anything about buying it. I'll bet $1,000 against that gun on a cut for high card. What do you say?
Sorry, Storm, the gun's out of it. Name something else.
No, I want the gun. What's the matter, Mallory? The boys told me you'd bet on anything in the house if the odds were right.
Yeah, that's right, I will. But the gun's a gift from a friend.
Maybe you figure your luck's about to run out. Would that be it?
All right, I'll take the bet. Benny, break out a new deck.
Yeah.
Well, there's the gun. Let's see your 1,000.
Sure. Mind if I shuffle?
No, go ahead.
Maybe I should have warned you, Mallory. I got a feeling this is my lucky night.
I'll take a chance it isn't.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to have any idea who shot my brother in the back, would you, Mallory?
No, I'm afraid not. The killer hasn't been identified yet.
That's too bad. Maybe I'll have to identify him myself. Your cut, Mallory.
All right.
10 of clubs, huh?
Go ahead, Storm.
Jack of diamonds. Thanks for the gun. Oh, it's already loaded, too. Well, I think I'll be...
I've been looking all over the place, and I can't find... Oh,
Good evening, Miss Blake.
how do you do, Mr. Storm? I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
No. I'm glad you came. Gives me an idea. Mallory, how'd you like another chance at my $1,000?
What's the bet?
High card again. $1,000 against a kiss from Miss Blake.
What?
Of course, maybe you don't have any say over her, huh?
Wait a minute, the bet's on. You want to shuffle again?
No. Go ahead, cut.
Queen of spades. You'll find that pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Ace of hearts does it, though. My lucky night, Mallory. Well, Miss Blake, I guess you're...
Don't you dare.
I'm afraid you don't have much choice about it, honey. I won this from your boss.
You...
It's too bad, Storm. Looks as if the lady doesn't like your brand.
No, I guess not. I didn't expect her to be the one to have to tell me, though, Mallory. I kind of thought that you might resent that, might want to do something about it.
Why? That's what she's here for. It's her job. She gets paid to take care of the customers. Why should I worry about a cheap little...
Watch your talk! Hold it, boys. You're covered. All right, Mallory, you better get up off the floor and call off those dogs of yours. If either one moves, I'll kill him.
All right, boys. You can drop it. Storm, it was a pretty bad mistake you just made. I don't forget things. I think maybe this was your last lucky night. I'll make that a bet if you want. All right, boys, come on, let's go.
Mallory and his gunman went into the office and didn't come back. Finally, after about an hour, I walked out of the Brass Nugget and bumped square into a middle-aged woman who'd been waiting for me just outside. She said Teresa wanted to see me right away in her room.
You can put that gun away, Mr. Storm. I'm here alone. This isn't a trap.
And what is it?
I want to know why you made that bet. I mean, about kissing me.
Suppose we just say I wanted to. Let it go at that.
You're afraid, aren't you? You're afraid not to be tough.
Is that why you asked me to come here to tell me that?
Well, don't you suppose a girl can have feeling left? That you can be sorry for things? Meet somebody, maybe.
Go ahead, honey. You're doing fine.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm halfway ready to believe that. A little more of it, and I would believe it. And if I had any sense, I'd know better.
I see. And that's the way you feel about it.
It's a start, isn't it?
This is the first time I have... Oh, what's the use?
Try it
You wouldn't
and
believe
find out.
Get out. You don't understand anything. Go on. Get out. Get out! Get out!
I'm telling you, son, it's the worst mistake you could have made. Knocking him down like you did last night, why, he won't think of nothing else. Not until he's killed you.
People have tried that before, Dan. I'm still here.
But you haven't got a chance. His gunmen will be watching like hawks for the first second you're not covered.
The whole town isn't on Mallory's payroll. I've got an idea a lot of people around here might like to see him shown up, provided somebody else called the play.
Maybe so, but still leaves half a dozen of his gunslingers to deal with.
I don't think so, Dan. If their boss is knocked over, they'll drift. I've seen hired guns before.
Odds are against you, son.
Well, I feel lucky. It's worth a chance to get Mallory. Not only for killing Dave, but because of what he's doing to Teresa Blake.
Teresa Blake?
Yeah, I kind of think she'd be a pretty decent kid if it weren't for him.
Yes, Jonathan. That's what your brother Dave thought.
What?
He was crazy about her, too. Hung around the Brass Nugget every night. She kept leading him on. I guess that fitted in with Mallory's plans.
Yeah. I guess it did. I guess it still does.
What do you mean, son?
Nothing, Dan, when you come right down to it. I guess when a man turns soft, it always starts with his head.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. I didn't know you felt that way about it.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad you told me. Glad I found out in time. And now that I have, I think I can use Miss Blake.
Why did you come here? What do you want?
A short talk, honey. I don't want Mallory to see us.
You've got to leave town. Leave now and don't come back, please.
How much do you get for this, honey? I mean, talking me into leaving town and getting me out of Mallory's way.
Oh, you fool. He doesn't mean a thing to me. It's you, don't you know that? I'll go with you if you'll only leave tonight. I'll go with you right now, please.
No. I've gone too far now to turn back. I've got to finish it up.
It's not too far yet, but it will be. Maybe you'll want to turn back then, only it'll be too late.
A few hours from now, it'll all be done. And then maybe we can think about some other things. If you still want to.
Want to? Of course I'll want to, Johnny.
Johnny. Nobody's called me that for a long time. Terry, I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Johnny, anything.
Do you think you can get that deed to my brother's claim from Mallory's strongbox and give it to me?
I think so. Yes, of course I can. He trusts me enough.
Yeah, I'll bet he does. How long will it take?
Give me an hour.
All right.
Johnny, would you kiss me first?
Sure, Terry.
Oh, Johnny.
That was better than the one I risked $1,000 for.
Nobody could buy that for $1,000. Nobody ever has. Come back here to my room in an hour, Johnny. I'll have the deed.
I followed her into town, staying behind her in the darkness. And from the opposite side of the street, I watched her walk into the swinging doors of the Brass Nugget. Then I slipped into the shadows between two tar paper shacks and waited. It was a half hour before they came out of the saloon and headed down the street toward Teresa Blake's rooming house. All 6 of Mallory's gunslingers. He wasn't taking any chances. Terry had double-crossed me after all. Just the same as she double-crossed my brother. And that was fine with me because I was ready for it. I walked into the Brass Nugget and down the hallway at the far end of the bar. I eased the 6-shooter into my hand and stopped in front of the door to Mallory's office.
Come in.
Evening, Mallory.
Stop. Well, it was quite a surprise.
Yeah, I imagine. Keep your hands on the desk.
Well, sure, Storm. I don't have a gun anyway.
Watch him, Johnny. He's lying. He carries one in his sleeve.
You dirty little rat.
Well, I didn't see you there in the corner, Miss Blake. Thought you might be down the street waiting to watch the fireworks.
They made me tell, Johnny. One of the boys followed me and saw us together. When I came back here, they made me tell. They hit me, look.
That must be real painful. Almost as bad as being shot in the back like Dave was.
I didn't know what they were planning. I didn't know Bob was going to kill him. Johnny, I swear I didn't.
Drop it. Mallory, you got a forged bill of sale there in your strongbox. I want it.
Sorry, Storm. You're out of luck. I won't open the box and you can't.
What makes you figure you're in a position to argue about it?
Why not? Because you've got a gun on me? You wouldn't shoot an unarmed man, Storm.
What about that gun in your sleeve?
I'm not drawing.
I see. All right, Miss Blake, get out of here.
Johnny, what are you going
I said get out. And don't bother going after the boys. There won't be time.
Johnny.
Get out! So you won't draw Mallory, huh? You're going to play it safe.
I'd be crazy to do anything else.
Maybe. The only way out of this room is through the door behind me. I noticed that kerosene lamp has a glass bowl on it. Ought to start a nice fire if I picked it up and smashed it against the wall.
Storm! Storm, you fool!
What about it, Mallory? My gun's in the holster. Want to stay there and burn or draw and try to get out?
This place will go up like a tinder box.
Take your choice, Mallory. Draw or burn.
Storm! Storm, you can't leave me in here like this.
Draw or burn.
All right, then, if you...
Tough luck, Mallory. That's for Dave. And that's for me. All right, hold it a second. Hold it. You better clear out of here fast. The place is on fire. And anybody that works for Bart Mallory is out of a job. He's dead.
Jonathan, son, are you all right? You're not hurt?
No, I'm all right, Dan. Come on, let's get out of here.
Sure, come on, son.
Mallory's dead. I guess that takes care of it, Dan.
Jonathan, you're the luckiest man alive.
Yeah, sure. Somebody might go down to Jackson's rooming house. Tell those bushwhackers of Mallory's they can hit the trail north. The boss is dead.
Your boss is dead.
This ought to be far enough, Dan. Look. Look, the fire's breaking through to the roof. Won't be long now.
Johnny, are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right. What of it, Miss Blake?
Thank heaven. Oh, Johnny, if anything had happened to you, I couldn't have gone on.
Miss Blake, I've got something for you. It's a nugget. Some people might figure it's real gold, but actually it's only brass. There you are. Pick it up. And then get going.
What do you mean, Johnny?
I mean you better catch up with the boys. They'll be heading north.
But you said that we...
Drop it. Oh, yes. Here's something else you can have, too.
Your six-shooter?
No. It's yours. You bought and paid for it. It's got one shot left. Use it any way you want to. Only get out. Beat it.
Johnny, you're wrong, you know. You're wrong about a lot of things. But what's the use?
That's right. What's the use?
Bye, Johnny.
Son, you hadn't ought to give her that pistol. That was your luck, you might call it.
I think my luck's all run out, Dan.
Yeah.
Claim is all yours. I'm leaving in the morning, heading south.
Why, son? There's nothing south of here.
Yeah. But it's the surest way I know to keep myself from heading north.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented The Pistol by Les Crutchfield. Featured in the cast were Gerald Moore as Jonathan Storm, Betty Lou Gerson as Terry Blake, Charlie McGraw as Bart Mallory, and Will Gear as Dan Rivers. Also heard was Eddie Marr. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are in command of an English destroyer sailing to join the North Sea Patrol in October 1914. It is midnight, and from the enemy coast comes a desperate signal for help, which you would like to ignore, but from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Robert Buckner's exciting and unforgettable tale, The Man Who Won the War. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to pre-war Paris and the terrifying experience of a young English girl who is the victim of a gigantic conspiracy of silence, as Alexander Walcott tells it in his version of the legend, The Vanishing Lady.
A cup of tea, Bruce?
No, thank you, my dear. I think I'll just have a Johnny Walker and soda and take a look at the Evening Standard.
I'd like another, please, Mother.
Oh, all right, Alice. Only one sugar, dear. We must watch our figures.
Oh, nonsense. A growing girl like Alice needs plenty of sugar.
See, Mother? Daddy approves.
Perhaps, but Mother is still boss.
Yes, Mother.
She certainly is, Alice.
Mother?
Yes, dear?
I've been thinking.
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking about my grandparents.
Oh?
I know all about Daddy's parents. How Grandfather Stanley commanded a dreadnought at the Battle of Jutland, and how...
No, it was not a dreadnought, Alice. It was a heavy cruiser.
Oh, a heavy cruiser. And he got the VC. And how Grandmother Stanley was a volunteer nurse at Westwall Arch when the Zeppelins came over. And I know about your father, too. And how he died in India from his wounds. And how gallant he was at the Khyber Pass. But, Mother...
Yes, dear?
You never told me anything about Grandmother Winship.
I haven't.
No, and I'd like to know something
Bruce.
And a child 16, I think it's time she knew.
But, Bruce...
And you'd probably feel better to get it off your chest.
What, Mother? What is it?
Well, my dear, I've never talked about your grandmother because... Well, I've always half believed that someday, somehow, she would come down our garden walk and I know it sounds silly, but explain where she has been for the last 20 years.
Why? What happened to her?
I don't know. I don't suppose I ever will.
Well, now, Cynthia, darling, if it's going to upset
No,
you...
no, Bruce, you're quite right. It would be best to get it off my chest, as you put it. Alice, as you know, I was born and brought up in India. I was about your age when my father was killed in the Khyber campaign. Mother decided to leave India for good and return to her old home in Warwickshire. However, it was necessary for her to go to Paris to attend to some details of my father's estate. The great Paris Exposition had just opened, and the city was jammed with visitors from all over the world. You can imagine our relief when we arrived at the Grand Hotel Universel and heard the clerk say in quite understandable English,
"Ah, Madame and Mademoiselle Winship, welcome, welcome. You will please to sign the register here and here."
You have our reservations.
Indeed, yes. And you are most fortunate, Madame, that you telegraphed, for I have reserved for you the last room in the house.
Oh, I'm so relieved. Here, Cynthia, you may as well learn now to sign a register for yourself.
Oh, yes, Mamma. Where do I write?
There, on that line.
Oh, yes, I see.
Voila. You are fatigued from your journey, yes? I shall have the boy show you to your rooms at once. Chasseur, chasseur.
Oui, monsieur.
Madame et Mademoiselle Winship à numéro 342 tout de suite.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
These are your bagages, madame?
Yes, these 6.
Voilà le bagage, 6 pièces.
Cynthia, you'd best carry the little one with the medicine in it.
Yes, Mamma.
Permettez-moi, mademoiselle.
Thank you. I'll take that one, the little red one.
Eh bien, this way, ladies.
Keep your eye on that porter, Cynthia. I don't trust these Frenchmen. Oh, I don't think he'll make off with our things, Mamma. Oh, here's the lift.
Dis donc, Émile. 3e étage.
3e.
I do wish we could have gone straight on to Southampton.
But you'd only have had to come back across the channel to see the solicitor. We really saved time this way.
I suppose I wish we hadn't had to come to Paris at all. It's such a sinister place.
Oh, Mamma.
Voilà. 3e. This way, ladies. The right. 338, 340, 342. Voilà. Entrez, ladies.
Oh, what a lovely big room. Oh, look, Mamma. French windows. Oh, and the park out there. And that square with the statues on
The
it.
ladies désirent
no,
quelque
thank
chose en
you.
plus?
Here.
Oh, merci. Thank you, ladies.
Oh, Mama, it's like something out of a book.
Yes, my dear, that's the trouble with Paris. It's so attractive. But underneath, it's evil.
Oh, and the furniture. The gilt clock. This lovely marble table. Oh, Mama, everything's so French.
Well, I'll be very glad to be on my way to where everything's English by this time tomorrow. Now, come away from that window and help me get into something comfortable, there's a dear.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mama.
I don't know when I've been so tired. I just can't seem to catch my...
Mama! Mama, what's the matter? Mama, speak to me. Oh, here. I'll get you up in the bed. There. Now, let me loosen your corset. Here, Mama. Here are the smelling salts. Breathe deeply. Mama. Oh, the telephone. I've got to get a doctor. Oh, please hurry. Please. Oh, hello, operator. Will you please send a doctor up to room number... Let me see. Number 342.
Pardon? Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
Will you please send a doctor to room number 342?
Je ne comprends pas. Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
A doctor, please, a doctor.
Ah oui, un docteur. Oui, mademoiselle, tout de suite.
I'm quite sure it was not long, although it seemed like an eternity before the doctor arrived, accompanied by the manager of the hotel. To my great relief, the doctor spoke English. He felt Mother's pulse, took her temperature, did the usual things that doctors do, and then he turned to the tail-coated hotel manager.
La jeune femme parle-t-elle français? Pas un mot. Vous en êtes sûr? Absolument. Alors, je peux parler à mon aise. Monsieur, si c'est une affaire très sérieuse, n'ayez pas l'air effrayé lorsque je vous mettrai au courant. Cette femme est atteinte de la peste. Elle n'a qu'une heure à vivre. Je n'ai pas besoin de vous dire que si cela se sait, votre hôtel perdra tous ses clients.
Mon Dieu, non seulement l'hôtel, mais tout Paris se videra si la nouvelle se répand. L'exposition...
While they talked in this language I couldn't understand, I looked from one face to the other, trying to read from their expressions how serious my mother's illness was. But they were as casual as though they were ordering dinner. Finally, I could stand it no longer. They must... Oh, please, you must tell me. What's the matter with her?
Mademoiselle, your mother is ill, yes. Seriously ill. It is a collapse. Due perhaps to the strain of traveling, however, a week or two of absolute rest will work wonders.
A week or two? Well, we were to go on to England tomorrow.
Oh, that would be out of the question, mademoiselle. She cannot be moved for at least several days. Right now, she must have complete rest. The next 24 hours will be critical.
Oh, Mama. Poor Mama.
No, mademoiselle, you must not break down too. I need your help.
Oh, yes, of course, doctor.
Immediately, I need some medicine. Will you fetch it for me?
Why, yes, but...
Malheureusement, I must not leave your mother for a moment during these critical hours. Here, I will write down this address and a little message to my wife.
Your wife?
Yes, I have the medicine already prepared at my home. It will be faster to go there for it than to a pharmacy. There are very few chemists who have the ingredients.
But couldn't you telephone?
Hélas, I have no telephone. Voilà, here is the address, 24 bis Rue Valgrace. And here is the message to give to my wife.
But, Doctor, I don't know Paris at all. I'm a total stranger here.
I'm sure the manager here will give the necessary instructions to the taximan.
But certainly. If mademoiselle is ready...
Before I quite knew what was happening, I was seated in a rickety taxicab outside the hotel with the doctor's message clutched in my hand, while the hotel manager gave voluble directions to the cab driver.
Un pourboire tel que vous pourrez vous acheter un taxi tout neuf. Maintenant, souvenez-vous, prenez la route la plus longue. Conduisez le plus lentement possible. Sous aucun prétexte, ne la ramenez pas ici avant 2 heures. Compris?
Ben oui, je comprends.
Bon. It is arranged, mademoiselle. Jacques is one of our most trusted chauffeurs. He will get you to the doctor's house and back in safety.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. And you'll look after my mother, won't you?
But of course, of that you may be sure. Allez-y.
Entendu. Je suis sur la piste.
When we left the hotel, we crossed a huge square with statues around it and turned into a wide avenue which led up a gentle incline, at the top of which was a huge arch. But before long, we turned off to the right into narrower streets. It must have been 20 minutes later when we turned into another wide boulevard, and I saw another huge arch up ahead. Or was it the same arch? Driver?
Mademoiselle?
Haven't we passed that arch before?
Regardez, mademoiselle. Voilà l'Arc de Triomphe. Voilà la Tour Eiffel.
Please,
voilà le
I don't want a sightseeing tour. I want to go to this address directly, don't you understand? Now, please, take me there at once.
On fait ce qu'on peut, mademoiselle. Mais soyez tranquille donc. Elle est bien vieille, cette bagnole. Mais elle marche.
At last, we turned into a narrow street and pulled up before a grim grey house. The blue enamel sign on the wall read number 24 bis. I jumped out of the cab almost before it stopped, rushed up the 3 stone steps and pulled at the brass bell knob. Oh, hurry, hurry, hurry. Please, please hurry.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Monsieur le docteur n'est pas là.
The doctor sent me for some medicine. Here, read this, please.
Retenez cette jeune femme aussi longtemps que possible. C'est de la plus grande importance pour l'avenir de Paris et même de la France. Entrez.
Oh, thank you.
Quand vous ne pouvez plus la faire attendre.
The doctor's wife stood there reading and rereading the note as though she didn't understand it. And until I thought I would scream. Oh, please, please hurry. Give me the medicine. It's my mother. She may be dying. I must get back to her. Please hurry.
Asseyez-vous.
She pointed to a chair.
Attendez.
And slowly walked down the hall and closed the door behind her. I waited and waited. And wondered about the time the cab had taken to get here. About that arch that looked so familiar. And I was torn by the 100 nameless anxieties that torture you when your nearest and dearest is ill. And then I heard something that froze my blood. A telephone. A telephone clearly ringing somewhere in the house. But the doctor had said he had no telephone. That was the reason I must come all this way for the medicine. Oh, no. No, it couldn't be in this house. It must be next door. Or across the street, of course. That's where the sound was coming from.
Hello?
But no. It was the voice of the doctor's wife answering the phone. Oh, no. No, what monstrous plot was this? I felt my scalp crawl with terror. My brain pounded and my head felt as though it would burst. I wanted to scream, to run out of this awful house, to run all the way across Paris to the bedside of my mother.
Voilà, mademoiselle. La médecine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Now, driver, please. Please, in the name of your own mother, hurry. Back to the hotel as fast as possible, please.
In just a moment, we continue with the second act of Escape. But first, no, you won't be hearing double. That'll be Groucho Marx appearing on 2 different CBS shows tomorrow night. First, in his own hilarious ad-lib quiz, You Bet Your Life, and then immediately following as Bing Crosby's guest. Don't miss this great meeting on CBS tomorrow night. And now we return you to Escape.
I pleaded with the taxi driver. I begged him to hurry. I explained to him in tears that my mother was desperately ill. But the taxicab never increased its speed. We crept across Paris just as slowly as we had come. Until at last, we pulled up before the entrance of the hotel.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
I jumped out of the cab, and then I saw the sign over the hotel entrance. It said, Hotel Ritz. Driver, you've taken me to the wrong hotel. I'm staying at the Grand Hotel Universal.
Ben non, mademoiselle. Je vous ai ramassé au Ritz et je vous ramènerai au Ritz. Et il y a 25 francs 50 au compteur. Et j'aimerais recevoir immédiatement en plus le pourboire.
Please, I don't understand what you're saying, but I want you to take me to the Grand Hotel Universal.
Et c'est ici que je vous ai pris en charge et c'est ici que je vous ramène. Et maintenant, c'est mon heure d'aller dîner. Donc, si vous aurez l'obligeance de me payer...
Oh, you stupid, stupid man. Can't you understand? My mother is ill. You've taken more than 2 hours to get me to that doctor's house and back. Can't you understand? My mother is sick, perhaps dying.
Mademoiselle, vos problèmes ne me regardent pas. Donc, si vous aurez l'amabilité de me payer le 25 francs, en plus le pourboire...
I looked around me. A small group of passers-by had stopped and were listening curiously to the argument. And then they joined in, taking sides. Everywhere I looked were foreign faces, strangers, enemies. And then, shouldering through the crowd, I saw the bare-headed young man in tweeds with a pipe clamped in his teeth. And before he had a chance to speak, I knew that help had come.
Are you having some trouble?
Oh, thank heaven, an Englishman.
Yes, that's right. Now, what seems to be the matter?
I told him rapidly as I could. And he paid the mulish cab driver.
Merci, merci.
Popped me into another cab, and 5 minutes later, we walked into the lobby of the Grand Hotel Universel. The manager was behind the desk. Please, my mother, is she all right?
I beg your pardon?
My mother, Mrs. Winship, in 342. Is she all right?
There is no Madame Winship in 342.
What?
342 is occupied by Monsieur Auguste Noailles, a permanent guest.
Oh, please, don't you remember me? I'm Cynthia Winship. 2 hours ago, you put me into a taxi to go to the doctor's house for some medicine for my mother.
No, I'm afraid mademoiselle is mistaken. I have never seen her before in my life.
Well, now, look here. What is this?
No, listen, I swear to you, it is as I say. We signed the register less than 3 hours ago. We got in on a train from Marseille.
Well, now, let's have a look at the register.
Oh, yes. I'll show you. I'm in 342. Where is the register?
It is here, mademoiselle. You may see for yourself. See, today's date. 14 guests registered, but I don't see any mademoiselle or Madame Winship. Do you?
But this is monstrous. It's impossible. My mother is somewhere in this hotel. What have you done with her? What have you done with her?
Now, how do you feel, Miss Winship?
Better, thank you. The soup was very nourishing.
Well, want to have something else? A salad or a bit of roast?
No, thank you. Just a cup of tea, perhaps.
Why, yes, certainly. Garçon.
Monsieur?
Just a thé pour mademoiselle.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Do you realize I don't even know your name?
Well, it's Bruce. Bruce Stanley.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Stanley.
Well, it's a pleasure, Miss Winship.
Mr. Stanley, you believe me, don't you?
Of course I do, Miss Winship.
We did register at that hotel. We were in room 342. Why, I can even describe the furnishings. There was a big window that went from the ceiling to the floor.
Every hotel room in Paris has windows like that, Miss Winship.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Oh. Well, in this room, the draperies were plum-colored, and there was a marble-top table, black marble it was, and a gilt clock. It had run down. The hand stopped, I remember, at 20 minutes past 3. The walls were covered in rose brocade, and the bedspread was a washed-out yellow. Oh, if I could only get into that room, you'd see that I'm not making this up.
No, I'm sure that you're not. And perhaps I can find a way to make them let you in the room.
You can?
Yes. You see, I'm with the embassy, under secretary sort of thing. I believe that the British Empire has enough influence to change the mind of an obstinate Paris innkeeper.
Oh, well, then let's do it right away.
Oh, well, I'm afraid the might of Britain can't move that fast. It's past dinner time. But tomorrow we shall see.
Tomorrow? Oh, but I must get in that room tonight. I have no money and nowhere to sleep.
Well, we can do nothing with the people at the hotel. You saw that. We'll just have to be patient until tomorrow. And I'm sure that I can find a room for you tonight in a pension near the embassy.
You're so very kind. How can I ever thank you, Mr. Stanley?
You might begin by calling me Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Oh!
Well, what is it?
I've just thought of something. The doctor.
The doctor?
Yes, the one the hotel manager brought in to look after Mother. I still have his address somewhere here in my bag. Just a minute. Yes, here it is. Oh, we must go there immediately. He can tell us about Mother.
24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce. Well, it's not far. That's just up the Boulevard Raspail. It's near the Gare Montparnasse.
How long would it take to get there by taxi?
About 10 minutes.
But it took over an hour this afternoon.
Voilà, monsieur. 24 bis Rue Valgrace.
Well, here we are.
Yes, this is the place.
Attendez une minute.
D'accord.
The house is dark.
Yes, well, it's quite late.
Well, I don't care. We've got to find out tonight.
Qui est en bas?
Oh, where is he?
Oh, he's there at the upstairs window. Monsieur le docteur, c'est Mademoiselle Winship. Elle veut vous questionner de sa mère.
Je connais pas de Mademoiselle Winship.
He says he doesn't know you.
But he must. He must. Doctor, don't you remember? This afternoon, you sent me here to your house for medicine for my mother.
Je comprends pas l'anglais.
And he says he doesn't understand English.
The liar, he does. He speaks perfect English.
Ma jeune amie, je vous conseille de ne pas déranger le sommet des gens respectables. Et de vous en aller avant que j'appelle la police.
I'm sorry, Cynthia.
Oh, Bruce. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? If it hadn't been for Bruce, I'm certain I should have gone out of my mind that dreadful night. He found a room for me at the pension near the embassy, where I spent a sleepless night. I tossed and turned and worried myself in an agony almost beyond endurance. Where was my mother? What had they done with her? Bruce called for me at 10:30 the next morning and took me back to the hotel. To my surprise, the attitude of the manager had changed completely.
But of course, mademoiselle may inspect room 342. We are only too glad to convince mademoiselle that her mother is not and never was in the Grand Hotel Universel.
Why, I never...
I personally will escort you to the room. This way, please, to the ascenseur.
Oh, Bruce, that terrible man, that horrible...
Now, Cynthia, don't let him upset you.
Monsieur.
Troisième étage.
Troisième, monsieur.
Now, Bruce, remember what I told you last night. You'll see. Plum-colored draperies, black marble top table, rose walls, and a gilt clock with hands stopped at 20 minutes past 3. You'll see.
Yes, Cynthia.
Voilà. Troisième.
This way. It was room 342 you wish to see, mademoiselle.
Yes, that's right. Third door to the right.
So, here we are.
Oh, you see, Bruce, I know where it is.
Yes, my dear.
Voila. Enter, please.
Now, Bruce, now you'll see the yellow bedspread and... Oh.
Not quite the room you just described in the elevator, mademoiselle. The drapes are royal blue.
No.
A little dusty, I fear. I must have this room renovated. There is no marble top table.
No.
The clock, as you notice, is running.
No.
And right on time, it seems. The walls are not rose brocade, but yellow flower wallpaper. Now, my dear mademoiselle, you see how thoroughly mistaken you are.
No! They had tried to make me think I was mad. They succeeded. I remembered nothing until I awoke in my aunt's house in England 2 weeks later. Thanks to Bruce, who never left my side during those terrible days when my sanity hung in the balance. Well, Alice, that's the story. And that's why I've never been able to talk to you about your grandmother Winship.
Oh, Mother, how horrible.
Because all these years, I've clung to the foolish hope that somehow she'd come back and tell us herself what happened.
You poor dear.
You may as well dispel that hope forever, Cynthia.
What?
Well, since you've at last brought yourself to discuss your mother's disappearance, I think it's time you knew the true facts.
Bruce.
Your mother died 20 minutes after you left the hotel on that fool's errand with the doctor.
Oh, no.
Yes, she She died of the bubonic plague. She'd caught it in India before she sailed. The doctor recognized the symptoms the moment he examined her. He told the hotel manager in French in your presence. They agreed that the matter must be kept completely secret. If the news leaked out that there was a case of plague in Paris, the city would have been emptied of visitors and the exposition would have been a failure.
Oh, Bruce.
The conspiracy of silence began in the hotel. The bellboy was paid to claim he never saw you. The taxi driver was paid to take you to the doctor's house by the most roundabout route. The note to the doctor's wife advised her to detain you as long as she could. And the taxi driver added his own imaginative touch by returning you to the Ritz instead of the Universelle. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't come through the Place Vendôme just then.
But you didn't know.
Not then.
When did you find out?
The next morning. By then, the conspiracy had grown to international proportions. The embassy had been advised. If the exposition was a failure, the franc would fall and the pound sterling would be affected. That sort of thing. I knew when we went back to the hotel you would not find your plum drapes and rose-colored walls and black marble-topped tables.
And you let me go through with that?
What could I do, Cynthia? I was acting under orders. I knew that the hotel had completely fumigated and redecorated the room overnight, and everything was in readiness to repudiate your story. I had to let the last act of that dreadful farce play to its dreadful end.
What did they do with Mother?
Her body was removed from the room less than 30 minutes after you left it and immediately burned.
Why? Why didn't you tell me years ago? Why did you let me go on all this time?
This is the first time that you have ever mentioned your mother since then, my dear.
Alice.
Yes, Mother?
There's a new issue of the Tatler in the library. Wouldn't you like to look at it?
But, Mother, I
now,
want to know
dear,
about...
there's a good girl. I want to have a talk with your father.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented The Vanishing Lady by Alexander Woolcott, freely adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks as Cynthia, Ben Wright as Bruce, Anthony Ross as the doctor, and John Hoyt as the hotel manager. Also heard were Irene Tedrow, Ramsey Hill, Nan Boardman, Daphne O'Callaghan, and Paul Frees. Special music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are in command of an English destroyer sailing to join the North Sea Patrol in October 1914, when destiny forces you to become the man who won the war.
Next week, we escape with one of the classic stories of the First World War, Robert Buckner's famous and unforgettable tale, The Man Who Won the War. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
It all started on the bus just outside of Dallas. The sailor who had snored beside me since Memphis got off, and the big fat guy got on. He overflowed into my half of the seat, and for sound effect, he ate one apple after another. He must have bought them by the sack. Hey, fella, do you mind?
Huh?
My top coat?
Oh.
I'd like to have it pressed, but I prefer a tailor to do it.
No.
I pulled the coat out from under him. He'd smashed my carton of cigarettes almost flat. From then on, I held the coat in my lap. In my mind, he was symbolic of everything connected with this trip and with my life. Second-rate, middle class, mediocre. I was on my way to Hollywood. Yeah, I'm an actor. Under personal contract to Henry Slafta, a big director. Oh, it sounds impressive, but it isn't. It's one of those insignificant stock contracts with short options and shorter dough. I should have turned it down, but I was flat broke, on my heels. That's why, when I found the money, I did what I did.
Okay, folks, we're stopping here for 15 minutes.
Another stop, chance to stretch. Well, I had a cup of coffee and a spud nut in the depot, and I was starting back to the bus when I saw him, my apple-chewing friend. 2 men with cop written all over them were leading him out of the bus. It was a pinch. I wondered why they'd picked him up. I really didn't care why they took him, as long as he didn't come back. Now I had the seat to myself. But he'd done me a final courtesy. He'd knocked my top coat onto the floor and walked on it.
Okay, everybody on, let's go.
From then on into El Paso, he was the topic of conversation.
He didn't look like a criminal to me. My dear, didn't you hear what the bus driver said? The man's a counterfeiter, one of the smartest ones in the country. The police have been after him for ages.
A counterfeiter? How exciting. I must get off at El Paso and send a postcard back to Madge. Won't she be thrilled for me?
Counterfeiter. Well, that's the last thing I would have pegged him for.
El Paso.
El Paso. And Hollywood still 24 long hours away. Well, economy or no economy, I wasn't going to go on. I was dead tired, saddle sore from 3 days and nights on that bus. So I switched my ticket to the following day, and I hunted up a cheap hotel. The bellhop there was full of helpful ideas on how I could spend the evening.
Well, how about Juarez, mister?
Juarez, huh?
Hello, Mexico, just across the International Bridge.
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten that this is a border town. No, thanks. I just want to get some sleep.
Sure, mister. It's up to you.
I tipped the kid and stretched out on the bed. I dug in my pocket for a cigarette, but I was out, so I reached into my topcoat for the carton. That's when I found it. The package of money. A lot of money. All in 50s and 100s. Nice, clean, fresh bills. I counted them fast. $15,000 worth. So that's why I found my coat on the floor of the bus. Fatso had stashed his homemade money in my pocket. Why, the lousy... I'd fix his wagon, planning it on me. Operator, give me the FB... No, never mind. Wait a minute. Why should I? If I turned it in, I might get involved, and I couldn't afford to. When I got to Hollywood, Hollywood. Boy, what an entrance I could make into that town if all this dough were only real. I could just picture the look on Henry Slafta's face if I flew into Hollywood with a new wardrobe, stopped at the Ambassador, took a suite, made a big splash. Yeah, if only the dough were real. Well, I couldn't sleep now. I was too stirred up, so I took a shower and changed my clothes and went out. I didn't have anything particular in mind, but since the hotel was near the International Bridge, I went over into Juarez, and I wasn't quite sure why I did it, but in my pocket was one of the $50 bills. I went up and down the cheap main drag, sampling tequila and brushing off vendors of Huaraches and leather dolls, just like the rest of the tourists. But all the time, that $50 bill was burning a hole in my pocket. It was in a small bar, a crummy place called El Serape, that I finally took a chance. I'd had a couple of tequila daisies, and each time I'd given the waiter a half a buck. This time I handed him the $50 bill. I held my breath. And suddenly, I knew I'd been a fool. He didn't put it in the cash register as he had the other money. Instead, he went down to the end of the bar and handed it to a man sitting there, obviously an American. He took it, looked at it, and then had the waiter point me out. I got up out of the booth and started for the street, but the American caught me at the door.
I'm, Chuck Rice. I'm the manager.
Yeah. Hiya.
You give this $50 bill to the waiter?
Yeah. I guess I forgot to wait for my change, huh?
You don't want to go around forgetting money like this. Just visiting?
Yeah, tourist.
You know you're taking a big chance. You're setting yourself up like a pigeon.
Well, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Don't get excited, amigo. This is border town. That's all. The wrong people might get the idea that you're carrying more bills like this.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Yeah, sure. But if you were, I could put you in touch with most anything. Maybe a little gambling. We could fix you up with a little game. Anything you want to buy, I can get it for you.
No, I don't want to buy anything. But, suppose I wanted to sell something.
Sell, huh? That's a little tougher. I'd have to see a sample.
You got it, mister, right there in your hand. I was taking a crazy chance, but I've kicked around Broadway long enough to know a contact man when I run into one, and Chuck Rice was definitely shady. He stood there scowling, turning the bill over and over in his hand.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to walk out on your change, huh? Thought I had it spotted. You got more like this?
Yeah.
On you?
No, I'm not that much of a pigeon.
How much more?
Enough.
And you want to dump it?
Maybe, with the right kind of a deal.
Here's your 50 back. I don't know from nothing about this kind of commodity.
Well, I didn't pay for the drink.
It's all right. It's on the house. Your money's no good here.
I took the 50 and put it in my pocket. I shrugged and hoped my indifference went over. I was almost to the street when he called after me.
Hey, amigo.
Huh?
I was just wondering. How much you got?
Why?
Well, if you got enough, maybe Nieves would be interested.
Nieves? Who's Nieves?
Down here, we don't ask questions like that. You go to the cab stand on the corner. Ask for Miguel. Tell him you want to see Nieves. Tell him Chuck Rice sent you. Only this time, amigo, if you want to do business, you better have the dough on you.
Miguel. Hey, I'm talking to you. What's the idea? You keep going around in circles.
Quien sabe, senor?
Can't sabe my foot. I want to go to Nieves.
Si, senor, si, Nieves.
Well, let's get going. Never mind the sightseeing. Miguel was driving down dark back alleys and dirt roads. I couldn't tell which direction we were going, and I'm sure that was the idea. But we were getting further and further out of town. I was beginning to wish I didn't have the money on me. But I hadn't gone back to the hotel for it when Miguel suddenly pulled off the road into a ruddy gopher-hole courtyard of a broken-down hacienda. It was littered with debris. I stumbled over a peg. His squeals woke a bunch of chickens roosting on a fence. And then I saw her. She was lying in a canvas hammock, one bare foot hanging over the side, deep in the enjoyment of an oversized cigarette. She seemed asleep, except for the rhythmic puffs of smoke. She never opened her eyes all the time I was there. Nieves?
Si.
Chuck Rice sent me. He thought we might be able to work out a deal. I got some money. I want to sell it. Chuck Rice said that you might handle it. You hear me?
Si.
I got $15,000 American in 50s and 100s.
How much you want?
Well, what'll you give me?
How much?
Well, I figure 5,000 would be fair.
No touch.
What?
If that's all you want, I no touch.
Why?
Too hot.
Well, if you think it's worth more.
No touch.
Okay, no touch. Come on, Miguel.
Si, senor.
Senor.
Yeah?
O'Toole.
What was that?
O'Toole, maybe he buy.
O'Toole? Where's O'Toole?
Oh, Miguel, no.
Si, senor. Come, I will take you.
Well, your English is improving, Miguel. Maybe your sense of direction will improve, too. And it did. As the crow flies, so did we, straight to O'Toole's Dine and Dance, a gaudy tourist trap hypoed on the outside with neon signs advertising the best food and music in Juarez, while inside, 5 Latin beboppers were making hash out of Embraceable You. Miguel okayed me to a squint-eyed character who reluctantly led me down a hall, up a steep flight of stairs. We stopped in front of a door.
Come in.
Behind a huge red lacquered desk sat a handsome Chinese in a dinner jacket smoking a long black cigar.
Ah, good evening. What can I do for you? A drink, perhaps?
No, no thanks. I came to see O'Toole.
Yes, I am O'Toole.
You, O'Toole?
As one of those clicks of nature. I wear my mother's face and my father's name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Smith.
Now, you have something you wish to sell?
That's right.
May I see the money?
Money? How did you know?
$15,000, as I understand it. How much do you want for it?
6,000.
You told Nievas. 5.
Nieves?
Oh, you're surprised. I know about that. Huh? Chuck Rice always sends them out to the country to see Nievas before they come to me. Now, let me see the money. All of it.
Sure. Here. Look, I'll take the 5.
I'll give you 4.
Oh, now, wait a minute. There's 15,000 there. You won't have any trouble passing it in Mexico.
I know that. I also know that when this kind of money turns up in this part of the world, it means only one thing. I am your last resort. Well, Mr. Smith?
Yeah. Give me the 4,000. He went to the safe, got the money, and paid me. I got out of his office. Well, maybe I should have held out for more, but he gave me the creeps. Besides, any way you look at it, 4,000's a lot of money. I could knock Henry slapped his eyes out with less than that. Downstairs in the club, the floor show was on. An Adagio team was going through its calisthenics. I was just passing the bar when she bumped into me.
Hello, Charlie.
No, I'm not Charlie.
Sure you're Charlie. You gotta be Charlie.
Go on, beat it.
Come on. Don't be a sucker. We're being watched.
Well, so what am I supposed to do?
Be smart. Buy me a drink.
Look, I told you, I'm not interested.
Interested in getting out of here alive?
What kind of a crack is that?
You see Squint Eyes over there by the entrance? Well, he's not the doorman.
Come on, look. What's this all about?
O'Toole. He wants back whatever it is he gave you.
I'll buy you that drink. Come on.
Make it scotch.
Yeah. Bartender, 2 scotch and sodas. All right. Now tell me why you're interested.
I'm supposed to knock you out.
You're what?
Those 2 drinks you just ordered. Yours will be loaded. And not with bromoquinine to cure your cold. Ever hear of knockout drops, tourist?
Yeah, sure, but I don't get it. What are you telling me for?
I don't know. Maybe because you're from my side of the border. Maybe because you don't look like the kind of scum that usually comes in this joint.
All right. So my drink's going to be loaded, and Squint Eyes is over to the front door to make sure I don't get away. I don't have much choice, do I?
Yeah, you do. I'm going to help you.
Help me?
After the drink hits you, I'm supposed to get you out the back door into the alley and then roll you.
Well, now, that'll be a big help.
But I'm not going to. Quiet. Here come the drinks.
All right, what do I do now?
When I reach around you for the ashtray, they won't be able to see you. Switch the drinks. You drink mine.
Yeah, but how about
they
you?
don't expect me to drink it.
Yeah, but you...
Now, switch them. Get it down. Drink it. In a minute, pretend you're dizzy. I'll help you get to the alley. And when you get there, you better run, brother. And run fast.
Squint Eyes had left the door and was coming toward the bar, so I did what she told me. After I'd gulped the drink down, I sat on the stool a couple of minutes, and I pretended to get dizzy. She helped me off the stool, put my arm around her shoulder. We were almost to the door, almost to the alley. It was just perfect, except for one thing. I was dizzy. My stomach turned over and over, and I passed out cold.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, a lot's been said about the Sunday night entertainment on CBS, and rightly so. But take a look down the CBS listings during the entire week, and you'll find there's no let-up in the parade of all-star shows. Tomorrow, Wednesday night, and every Wednesday night, Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, Burns and Allen, and Gene Hirschholt as the beloved Dr. Christian are heard on most of these same CBS stations. Dick Hames and the Andrews Sisters, Jack Smith and Dinah Shore are also on hand in their early evening quarter-hour programs. Make a habit of listening to CBS all through the week. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
The smells were the same: beer, tequila, stale black tobacco. But the sound had changed. There'd been music before. My stomach burned and my head throbbed, and somebody was lying across me. I raised up, tried to focus my eyes, but I couldn't. Gradually, I placed the sound. It was some kind of a car, bus. No, a truck. I was lying on the floor in the back of a truck, and there was a man lying across me. From the stench of him, he must have been drunk for a week, but from the inert way he lay, he could have been dead. I pushed him off and shook him. Hey! Where are we going? What is this? Hey, come on, wake up, will you? Listen to me. Then I suddenly remembered the money. The $4,000. It was gone. I was clean broke. I'd been rolled all right, and by a dame who even told me before she did it. And then I saw the rest of them. The truck was a big van, and it was loaded, packed with the dregs of border town, a sodden human cargo. All of them filthy, bleary-eyed. But one of them looked awake and reasonably sober. Hey, you over there. You speak English?
Si, senor.
Well, what happened? What are we doing here?
Oh, we all fall drunk, senor. Oh, it's no good to fall drunk. Oh, you go to Hensler's.
Hensler's?
Sí.
What are you talking about?
Oh, caray. No es bueno. Oh, I have been there before. I should know not to fall drunk. Oh, 1 whole month I have been there. Ese lugar es muy feo. Oh.
You've been where before? Where are they taking us? Tell me.
To Hensler's. Oh, he's a very bad man.
Hensler's? Well, who's Hensler?
Oh, you're going to see, senor. You will see.
That's all I could get out of him. We were going to Hensler's, and it wouldn't be good. And it sounded like I was about to find out.
All right, you guys. Come on. The party's over. Hey, Miller. Move these crips along. You guys don't look like no bunch of daisies, but we'll make you bloom, won't we, Miller?
He was a brute of a man, and he carried a .45 in a holster. He and the driver, Miller, herded us out of the truck like so many cattle. It was some sort of a road gang. I saw a sign blocking the road that read, "Under construction, Hensler Construction Company." Well, I had no idea where we were, how far away from the border. The landscape was dry, dusty, barren.
Well, Gonzalez, you with us again? Didn't we learn you not to get drunk, huh? Come on, you guys. Step on it.
All right, quit shoving.
Come on, come. Hey, what are you doing here?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know.
Miller! How many times I got to tell you to be careful who you pick up?
Now, wait a minute, Jake. Don't get sore before I tell you.
Don't you know we can get in plenty of trouble picking up the wrong guys?
I didn't pick him up. O'Toole threw him in.
O'Toole?
Shut up, you. What'd O'Toole wish him on us for? Wait till Hensler hears about this.
Yeah, well, O'Toole has already talked with Hensler. He says this fellow will not give us any trouble. He is an embezzler. The police are looking for him.
You're crazy.
He came across the border to sell some money he had stolen from a bank or something. He must be plenty hot. He was willing to drop 15,000 real dough for 4,000 cash.
Real dough? What are you talking about? That was counterfeit I sold O'Toole.
Listen, buddy, I don't know what your racket is, but nobody fools O'Toole about money.
But it can't be real money. It was counterfeit, I tell you. It had to be. Look, I want to see Hensler.
You talk to me or you talk to nobody?
But I got to see Hensler. I got to get back to Juarez.
Huh? Did you hear that, Miller? He's got to get back to Juarez.
All right, look, you can't push me around. I'm an American.
Oh, he's an American. Well, send this to your congressman.
Oh!
Okay, American. Get on your feet. Get a pick and start working.
Hensler Construction Company. just another name for a chain gang. I never saw Hensler. He wasn't there. But in the next week, I got to know Jake all right. I got to hate him. He drove us from dawn till dark, digging a roadbed by hand, pick and shovel, in the hot sun, in the dust, without rest. But worse than the physical torture was the thought that gave me no rest. I'd sold O'Toole real money. For now I realized I'd never really had any proof that the fat man was a counterfeiter. I just jumped to that conclusion. The bus driver... No, not the bus driver. A woman on the bus said that the bus driver said it, and it drove me crazy just thinking about it. Real money. $15,000. I'd had it in my hand and I'd thrown it away. I had to escape. I had to. There'd been a man in the truck who said he'd been here before, so he must have gotten away somehow. He could help me. You're the man that was here before?
I am Gonzalez.
All right, you got away the other time, didn't you?
I see. But I am back. And this time I don't try to go.
Well, how did you go? How'd you get out?
Well, there is a highway.
There is? Where?
4 mile, 5 mile. Many cars pass there.
Just 4 or 5 miles. That's nothing.
Oh, maybe it sounds nothing to you, senor. But those are bad miles to go. Ooh, caray.
Only 4 or 5 miles. Over that way, he told me. Through the ravine. Well, I thought about it all that day, and I planned that I'd try it that night. But when we got back to camp, I was too dog-tired even to eat. I just flopped on the hard earth and fell asleep. It seemed that I'd just closed my eyes when I was shaken awake.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey. Get up, American. Get on your feet.
Huh?
I got a little job for you.
Oh, leave me alone, Jake. I'm tired.
Get up! You're on overtime.
He was murderously drunk. He had a bottle of whiskey in one hand and his .45 in the other. So I got up off the ground. All around me, the men were sleeping. If they heard him, they didn't pay any attention. He marched me down to the roadbed and threw a pick at me.
There. I'll start digging.
But it's the middle of the night. Look, I'm dead.
I gotta finish the road. Start digging, I said.
What are you picking on me for, Jake? Why me?
You're gonna start digging, or do I start shooting?
So I dug. I dug till my hands were bleeding and my lungs were scalded with the effort of breathing. He sat alongside the road, knocking off that fifth of whiskey and riding me every time I faltered. He was just mean drunk enough to kill me if I stopped. So I dug and I dug. Finally, I couldn't go on anymore. I was too tired to care. I dropped the pick and fell onto the road. My face was in the dirt. I lay there, panting, waiting for the bullet. When it didn't come, I turned my head, and what I saw gave me new life. Jake was sprawled out, dead drunk, and the .45 had slipped from his hand onto the ground. It was my chance. I hardly had enough strength left to move, but I knew if I didn't go then, it'd be too late. I'd never get away. I crawled over to him, and I got the gun, and somehow I got down the road and through that ravine, stumbled and crawled those hideous miles to the highway. And then I heard it, way down the road. It was a car. I ran out like a madman and flagged it down.
Monday, Usted?
Give me a ride, will you?
Oh, you're an American, huh? Going back to the States?
Yeah.
Well, hop in.
I leaned back against the seat, shut my eyes, and slept all the way into Juarez.
Well, here you are. You said O'Toole's dine and dance. Sure I can't wait for you?
No, thanks just the same, but I got some business to take care of.
Okay. Good luck.
$15,000 worth of business, and Jake's .45 in my pocket to guarantee the deal. I went around to that back door and slipped in quietly, and then crept down the hall and up the stairs that Squint Eyes had led me before. This time I entered O'Toole's office without knocking. Hello, O'Toole.
Oh, I didn't expect you back so soon. Sit down. Can I get you something?
Yeah, you can. $15,000.
Afraid I don't understand. We made a deal.
Why didn't you tell me the money was real, not counterfeit, huh?
Well, you seem to know what you were doing, and remember, you placed the value on the money. I did not.
Yeah, well, I've just revalued it. I want it back, all of it.
We made a deal, and I paid you, and I'm through with you.
And you rolled me.
How you lost the money I paid you is no concern to me.
All right, then look, then maybe this will be some concern to you. I took enough punishment to get this gun not to hesitate to use it. Now get the money while you're still alive.
That won't be necessary.
How about 10,000?
Look, don't stall. 15.
But I should be allowed to realize some profit.
Hurry up, O'Toole. I haven't got all day.
I'll have to open the safe.
Then open it.
Will you take it in 10s and 20s?
Now, look, I don't care how you give it to me, so long as it's American money. Now, quit stalling and get it. I didn't trust him. I expected any minute he'd pull something fast, but he didn't. He gave it to me. I never realized before the power of a gun. It makes short men tall and tall men strong.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now I could fly to Hollywood and have that suite at the Ambassador and throw a cocktail party, a big party. I'd show 'em. First, I stopped at the best men's shop in Juarez and got myself outfitted. An important English tweed suit, cashmere top coat, couple of dozen shirts, and I threw away my old clothes.
There will be something else, senor.
I'll take that alligator suitcase, too.
Si, senor, but you must remember when you go through customs, you must declare the clothes you are wearing. I have to report the
Oh,
sale.
sure, don't worry. And these neckties?
Si, senor.
I paid him. It was more than I'd spent on clothes in 10 years. I put $500 in my wallet and stashed the rest of the money away in my suitcase. Then I went to the American Club for a good dinner. Now I was all set to make my entrance. All I needed was a plane reservation for Hollywood. I was just going through customs when he ran up.
That is the man. Stop him.
It was the clerk from the men's shop, gesturing wildly. The customs official listened, and then he came back to me.
I'm sorry, sir, but I have to detain you.
What?
Your wallet, if you please.
Well, wait, I didn't buy the wallet from him.
If you please, sir, give it to me.
Okay, but it's just an American Hickok wallet, I tell you.
I'm not interested in the wallet itself, sir. Now, we shall see.
There. You see? Did I not tell you? Look. Look, all of it.
What are you guys doing with my money?
You admit this is your money, mister?
Of course it is.
Then I'm sorry you'll have to come with me.
But why?
Because, mister, all the money in your wallet is counterfeit.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Border Town by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Jack Webb as Evan, Bill Conrad as Jake, Ben Wright as O'Toole, Tony Barrett as Rice, and Jeanette Nolan as Nieves. Also heard were Ted DeCorsia, Paul Frees, B. Benaderet, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are on a train from Rajahor to Calcutta. With you is a fabulous jewel, the most sought-after emerald in the world, in whose depths are mirrored terror and violence. And for you, there is no escape.
It's a proven surefire formula for better living. If we all work together to produce more per man, per machine, per hour, we all move together toward the benefits in living that are possible only under the American economic system. The better we produce, the better we live. For your free copy of the booklet, Miracle of America, write Box 10, Times Square Station, New York. Stay tuned now for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a small ship off the coast of Borneo, and an exciting tale of murderous greed, as Floyd A. Nelson tells it in his strange story, Seeds of Greed.
This is it, the romantic South Pacific, the languid lure of the tropics. A ship at my command to take me any place I might choose. A jeweled tiara of sky above and an ocean of emerald velvet below. To my left, the languid coast of Borneo. To To my right, the Sulu archipelago. Such romance, such gentleness, such maddening, unbearable gentleness. Not long ago, I was a carefree little monument to failure, reaping the rewards of my college education in the atmosphere a hitch in the Navy had taught me to love and live. The waterfront. Maybe it's the atmosphere, maybe it's the people you meet, or maybe it's the margin you can make on the exchange of drinks with guys in port fat with sea pay. Take this guy Lee, for instance. An Oriental little guy whose correct English told you it was adopted. I had him figured wrong from the beginning.
Mr. Braun? Mr. Kenneth Braun?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Lee. Lee Tse Tung, if you prefer.
I don't.
May I join you?
Sure, Lee. Pull up a buck for a couple of drinks and sit down.
Certainly. Here.
Al, same thing here.
Okay.
What's yours, Lee?
Nothing, thank you. I do not indulge.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Al.
Sure thing.
Well, Lee, I've got the bait. Set your hook. What's on your mind?
You were pointed out to me as a man who knows boats.
Just like the Navy.
And also as a man who might be induced to gamble.
Well, I can't contradict.
But if you will pardon me, as a man who is more than casually devoted to drink.
I can take it or leave it. At the moment, my mood says take it. Your health, Lee.
Yes, but for that one failing, Mr. Braun, I could offer a very interesting and profitable proposal.
Mr. Lee, it is considered very poor taste in the Occident to proffer drinks with strings attached. A good day, sir.
Oh, no, one moment, please. Forgive me. I was going to add a failing which we could overlook if it were to be controlled for a short time.
I said I could take it or leave it.
I am in the pearl business. Do you know anything about pearls, Braun?
Yeah. An oyster gets a hold of a bad grain of sand, and he or she or it gets an ulcer. Bingo, a pearl.
Perhaps we should take this up at another time. I am stopping at the Case Hotel. Good night, Braun, and come see me if you should reconsider.
Okay, Lee, but don't wait up. I hate the warm feeling of elegance that takes me over after the fifth drink. I hate myself. I hate morning. Worst of all, I hate waking up without a little hair of the dog and not a nickel in the poke to supply it. Out of the fog of remorse came a stolid little Oriental face. Yeah, there's a generous soul. Pearls, he said. Well, that should be a nice, substantial little proposition. Yeah. Maybe I am ready to talk business.
Braun, I did not expect to see you. Come in. Oh, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. You mentioned something about a business proposal.
Yes, I did.
Hotel rooms depress me, Lee. Could we go down to the bar and talk it over?
Oh, certainly, Braun, if you prefer.
I prefer. You mentioned something about the pearl business.
Yes, Braun. I didn't think. That is, I thought that might have slipped your mind.
Well, things aren't that bad, Lee. Tell me more.
Oh, we could be very useful to each other, Braun. I have the information and the equipment. You have the experience without which the equipment is useless to me.
Yeah.
We can turn an enormous profit in very short time.
Uh-huh.
I have just completed a transaction whereby I become owner of small ship equipped with certain scientific devices for probing the ocean floor.
Sonar equipment.
I believe that is the name.
I hate to disillusion you, Lee, but you can't bounce an echo off an oyster. It'll never work.
That is not my intention.
Well, then how does sonar equipment fit into the pearl business?
These pearls, a great fortune in pearls, are all in one package. Ours, for the taking.
Salvage?
Yes. I fell heir to a chart upon the untimely death of a friend. On that chart is indicated the position of a vessel sunk during the war somewhere between the Sulu archipelago and the northeast coast of Borneo.
Yeah.
I have reason to know that on board at the time of the sinking was the personal fortune of a certain sultan, as well as the assets of his constituents. There was one survivor.
And you hope to locate that vessel with this sounding gear?
I do.
Well, what about getting the stuff up after it's located?
I also have diving equipment.
And you want somebody who knows how to operate the gear?
Precisely.
What's your deal?
I am prepared to offer you 1/4 of any treasure we may locate.
For that consideration, I could offer about 1/2 of what I know about your equipment.
I don't understand.
For a 50-50 share of any loot, I could offer 100% cooperation.
Oh, I see. Braun, you're shrewd. It surprises me you are not more prosperous. All right. 50-50, as you say.
All right, you've got yourself a boy. To you, partner. Now, one for the road, and we'll go look at your ship. Okay, partner?
Okay, partner.
Lee's stubby forefinger pointed a great circle course across the harbor to a little tub laying with her forward quarter scraping paint against the can of her mooring. She was from the orphan fleet of subchasers pressed into service out of desperation during the war. About 100 feet, built to roll on a 20-foot beam. Some dreamer had her rigged for fishing. She still mounted an A-frame, outriggers, and a cargo boom aft. Lee didn't speak of her with the pride of an owner.
There it is. The one with the blunt end toward us.
Well, when can we go aboard?
I have the papers. We can take possession immediately.
What kind of shape is the power plant in?
I'm really not qualified to say. I know nothing of ships. But I am sure she will need work before we... What is it you say? Cast out?
Yeah. Well, give me 2 days to work over the plant, and I'll have her ship-shape and shaken down. If she's standard, she's got 2 671s on the generators and 2 pancakes on the main plant. A couple of spare injectors and some baling wire will see her to Timbuktu.
You will need a crew, won't you? An inexpensive crew.
Yeah, a couple of hands to do the dirty work. We could get by with one if you could take a turn at the wheel.
Perhaps I can learn. Yes, perhaps I can learn to drive the ship.
Good. I'll line up a hand. These waterfront bars are full of guys looking for a chance to go fishing.
You seem to understand what I want, Braun. I will leave everything to you. You may reach me at my hotel.
Okay. The next time you see her, she'll be overhauled, provisioned, and manned. So long, Lee. See you in 48 hours. She was in surprisingly good shape. The batteries charged right up on the generators, her oil was clean, and her linkage tight. I replaced a corroded condenser on the sonar gear, pressure checked the diving suit, and put new pistons in the compressors. One straight 24-hour shift, and she was shaken down and ready for a crew. I set out to meet my man on common ground. I found him being escorted out of Casey's bar by Casey himself.
You young hoodlums are a disgrace to the sea. You'd better get some salt behind your ears before you start something in my place.
Let go.
Now get along with you. Let go. And don't be coming back.
You brother of a pig!
Oh, what's the matter, sailor? Slippery deck?
You be quiet or I stick you.
All right, stow the ship, kid. The jails are too full now.
I'm going to kill that pig. Get out of my way.
All right, stay out of there, kid, and stow the knife.
I still get that fat pig someday.
You're new around here, aren't you?
How'd you know that?
Well, you wouldn't tangle with Casey if you weren't. Where are you from?
Ensenada. I have papers. In my room, I have papers.
I didn't ask you. You didn't ask me either. But I'd advise you to get rid of that knife. With a temper like yours, you can cut yourself off a life sentence.
So far, this knife knows only the blood of fish. I have never been kicked by a fish.
I can use a man who can handle a knife. You working?
No.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
All right.
Now, what's your name?
Costa.
Senor Guillermo de la Costa.
Okay, Tony. 2 double shots later, I had my man. A pathetic little guy with no roots in a barren world. I sent him to stowing provisions while I cleared the paper and gold braid department of the Commerce Building and picked up a couple of 100 fathoms of useless shark net to flake out for effect. Then I called Lee. He was impressed.
You have accomplished a lot in very short time, Brown. You must have worked day and night.
Yeah, I can sleep underway.
Where is your crew?
Below. He's stowing provisions in the galley.
I see. Does he meet our specification?
Exactly. Good back with not too much above it, except a nasty temper.
Good. He thinks he's going fishing here. That explain these nets?
Partly, Lee. Also, there's an unwritten law of the sea that gives fishing craft a wide berth.
Clever, Brown. Very clever.
Practical.
Is everything in first-class condition?
Everything. The diving gear is tight, and the sonar readings check right on the nose with the charts.
Then we are ready to cast off?
Anytime.
Then let us go. Head her out west-southwest, Brown. Right into the sun. Right into the sun.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, Dr. Christian, and George Burns and Gracie Allen will be back with you tomorrow night on most of these same CBS stations. Al Jolson will join Bing in another of their unparalleled exhibits of wit and song. George Jessel will be the special guest of George and Gracie. Stay tuned to CBS for this wonderful midweek Wednesday night listening. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
3 weeks at sea taught me a lot about my friend Lee. His switch from landlubber to competent mariner was too fast to be convincing. Something about the whole setup spoiled the taste of my whiskey. The only way it figured was that he really did need me to operate the gear. Beyond that, the picture changed. From the first day out, he showed too much interest in the sonar equipment.
Brown, I think it might be prudent if you were to teach me the operation of this instrument. Is it very difficult, just their operation?
Oh, it's something anyone can pick up in 5 or 6 months of full-time instruction.
Surely not to learn just the operation of it.
Well, it's not only complicated, Lee, but delicate. I think we'd be wise to keep it secured until we need it.
Perhaps. Yes, perhaps. It won't be very long, Brown.
When are you going to break out the charts with the position of the stuff?
In due time, Brown.
Well, I'll need it when we start taking soundings.
Then you shall have it. It wouldn't be prudent to surrender a chart that I have been forced to defend with my very life, would it, Brown?
I get your point.
I might add, Brown, that the chart alone is useless to anyone but me. The exact position is not indicated. I took the precaution of committing it to memory, lest the chart should be misplaced. The only value of the chart is that it indicates sounding lines.
That makes your position clear enough. What about Costa? Do you think he might be dangerous when he finds out what we're really after?
For a man to be dangerous, he must first be intelligent. Costa is ignorant, he will stay ignorant.
Sooner or later, he's going to get wise.
Fortunately, Costa is not equipped to get wise, as you say. He is happy in ignorance. We will not expose him to the curse of greed.
What's your plan?
To turn the wheel of fortune to my own needs. We must be practical, Brown. A person such as Costa leaves little impression on the world. He will never be missed if he were to disappear. Fate will save him from the curse of greed.
The late afternoon of the 22nd day, I saw Lee's methods put into practice. Cold, efficient, ruthless practice. It happened so fast, I was helpless to do anything about it. Costa was splayed out on the nets near the stern, sound asleep, when Lee appeared from nowhere. Without warning, Lee let fly a vicious kick. Costa's blade flashed. Lee stood motionless until Costa closed. Then Lee grabbed Costa's knife hand and whirled, twisting Costa's arm into a lever and using the momentum of his rush, tossed him effortlessly over the rail to disappear in the swirling wake. Without even glancing astern, Lee gave me the arm signal for straight ahead, a signal that pointed accusingly at me, screaming, "Accomplice." His face was still frozen in trance-like serenity when he appeared on the bridge.
It is now you and I, Brown.
Yeah.
These things are distasteful, but on the other hand, Brown, life itself can be distasteful.
Oh, wasn't there some other way to handle it? Couldn't we have put him off somewhere in the islands?
Your whole life in too high esteem, Brown. We could have put him off at some island, but then, Brown, we would have had to wonder about his welfare. Now his troubles are over. He has peace. He no longer has to struggle, as you and I.
He didn't have much chance to struggle, did he, Lee?
He was not one to struggle intelligently, Brown. Struggling, not directed by intelligence, can destroy.
Where does strength, muscle fit into your theory?
If you will pardon a personal reference, Brown, I long ago subscribed to the teachings of an Eastern cult which believes that the intellectual neutralizes the physical. Therefore, there is no difference in stature among men, only a difference in mental power. We do not destroy. We merely expedite the adversary's self-destruction by his own weakness.
Costa's temper, huh?
Exactly. One does not think in temper. He merely acts, and so destroys himself. Do I make myself clear?
Well, not especially, but I'll think it over. Lee's insidious philosophy began to prey on my mind. I knew I was on the last leg of a one-way trip. I knew he was perfectly competent to take over the ship at any time, but I still felt reasonably safe. It would take 2 men to handle the instruments to locate the pearls, and beyond that, 2 men to get the stuff up. After that, I would worry about my failings and which one Lee would pick to destroy me. I eliminated the big one by tossing my last 2 bottles of whiskey overboard. We were cruising somewhere between the lower Sulu archipelago and the northeast corner of Borneo when Lee broke out a dog-eared chart of Dutch origin.
Cut it back, Brown. Now, somewhere within the radius of this circle, our fortune waits to be taken.
Now, let's see. The charts indicate a sandy bottom, and that's good. The currents go southwest. She falls off to deeper water to the south.
I understand the charts, Brown. Start the soundings, man.
Okay, I'll start here, at the 60-fathom line and work toward shallower water. You stand at the bow with a smoke flare. If I pick up anything, heave a flare over to mark it, okay?
I prefer to stay on the bridge with you, Brown.
Yeah, that way we can watch the instruments and each other. Okay, partner. I worked each depth line half a mile from the point Lee established as center, staying parallel to the soundings indicated on the chart. 3 times over the area showed nothing but a uniform bottom. Then I took a new tack. I set the wheel in a tight circle and secured it with a lanyard. I figured the current and the torque of the shaft would take us far enough off-center on each spiral that we wouldn't miss anything big enough to register. I was beginning to think in circles when the scope showed a fast drop and then wavered erratically. Lee must have read it in my face.
It showed something, didn't it? We have found something, haven't we, Brown?
Maybe.
What are you going to do?
Back it down and check it.
Oh, no. No. Drop the anchor. We won't move. We'll take no chances of losing it. Drop the anchor.
I settled her bow into the current, dropped the hook and backed her down on the scope of the anchor chain until we were over the spot. Lee expertly rigged a line from the cargo boom to the cathead and hoisted the heavy diving gear out of the after hold. His expression left no question as to the division of labor.
Of course, you will make the dive, Brown.
Yeah.
We cannot risk losing a life when 2 men are necessary to complete this mission, can we?
Not your life, Lee. Yeah, I'll go down there. But just in case you have any ideas about letting my weaknesses destroy me...
Oh, come now, Brown. You're not falling prey to the curse of greed, are you?
No. And I don't intend to fall prey to anything if I can help it.
You don't have faith in me.
That's right.
But you must have faith in me. We must work together.
Until we locate the stuff and get it up. After that, Lee, only 1 man is necessary. That's what worries me.
Are you afraid, Brown? Does fear number among your weaknesses?
Yeah, Lee. It does.
I don't know how to reassure you, Braun. Do you have solution?
Yeah, Lee, I do. My life is in your hands while I'm down there. Unfortunately for you, my life is the only link you have between the pearls and this ship.
Only a fool would break that link, Braun.
Lee's words echoed in my helmet as I felt myself being lowered from a sheave at the end of the cargo boom. Only a fool. I knew that I was pitted against a ruthless maniac, that finding the pearls meant that one of us would die. Yet some power greater than reason forced me on, a power I recognized as greed. My weighted feet settled on bottom. My headlight sent a glaring shaft through the murk, serving only to blind me. Then my eyes adapted. Strange shapes darted in and out of the beam, splashing big shadows. I pivoted slowly, straining my eyes to the burning point. Suddenly, the beam stopped short and reflected upward in a blinding glare. There she lay, a slimy hulk stern down in the sand, her stack and superstructure eroded away, and her plates hanging scab-like from her frames. A death ship washed clean by gentle currents. I headed for the quarterdeck and leaned on the crumbling vestiges of the hatch. It fell away. My light picked up a single object. There it lay, its corners worn round from shifting against the bulkheads. A teakwood chest. Brass bindings radiated from its single big hinge like the fingers of a giant hand. I felt a wave of desire grow into a surge of greed and resolve itself into an overpowering lust. I bent a line onto the chest and signaled Lee to haul me up. I felt as though I was threading my life away as I paid out the line that would link the treasure with the surface, knowing that only Lee's ignorance of what the other end held ensured my shedding the heavy diving suit safe on deck. That would put us on even footing. I lost the fear of Lee's methods and thought of my own. Methods based on greed that knows no compromise. Methods of killing to keep. And then my fears passed. He couldn't kill me until the chest was on deck. Lee was like a man waiting for sentence when I climbed out of the diving suit.
Well?
It's there.
Describe it. Describe the chest.
Solid wood bound in brass.
Is that all?
Brass hinges, like a hand.
That is it, Braun. The hand of Muhammad. My reward at last. The hand of Muhammad.
You mean our reward?
Of course. Our reward.
For a brief second, we were two animals standing at bay, eye to eye, appraising, each waiting for the other to move. Then, as one, we saw through the cloud of greed. We still needed each other until the chest was on deck. Lee swung the boom inboard while I reeved the line attached to the chest through the eye of the sheave. He took the running end of the cathead and made a turn, his narrowed eyes fixed on me, waiting for the signal to haul away. His hands turned white, bloodless, as he gripped the line. I gave him the signal to haul in the line. Start it easy, Lee, and take it slow all the way. We'll stop it at the surface to keep the weight off the line. The line threaded through the sheave endlessly as time, while I strained to catch the first glimpse of any bulk in the water. Again, I felt the surge of greed I'd experienced below. Unconsciously, I drew my sleeve across my mouth. A dark and distorted mass showed beneath the surface.
Slow it down, Lee. She's showing. Slow it down, Lee. Slack off. You'll break your line. Slack off.
Lee was out of control. The heavy chest lost the buoyancy of the water. The strand of the line snapped and shot a ragged end up to the block. But it was too late. The chest hit the block and the line snapped, crashing the waterlogged wood against the ragged metal of the topside. Brass fingers of the giant hand opened grotesquely, spewing a shower of tumbling beads over the surface of the water.
Oh, you fool! You American fool!
There they are, Lee. Look at them float down. Your little white seeds of greed.
You will die, you idiot!
You felt the pearls at the end of that line, Lee. They were in your greedy little hands and you couldn't let go. You couldn't slack off on the line. You couldn't let go, could you? So the hand of Mohammed sowed the ocean with little seeds of greed.
You will pay, Braun. Pay with your life.
All right, intelligent one. There are no odds. Pick a weakness and destroy me. Take your choice. Come on.
You will die, dog.
He came toward me slowly. Then he drew back, right foot poised. I was ready for it, but instead of the kick, his thumb shot out at my eyes, pushing jagged nerve ends right into my brain. Blind instinct told me to swing while I knew where he was.
You'll die.
Not yet, Lee. How do you like that, Lee? Ducked by a blind right fist. And this, how do you like this, Lee? How do you like my thumbs? How do you like 'em mashing into your master throat? You're getting weaker, Lee, weaker. Oh, where's your mental power now, Lee? Gone, is it? Dead? Dead. Yeah, the tropical Pacific. Gentle Pacific rocking me to death in a cradle of rusty steel. Maybe it's spring or summer or day or night. The breeze is gentle, sent to soothe, and my eyes no longer pain. Yeah, it's gentle. Such gentleness. Such maddening, unbearable gentleness.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Seeds of Greed by Floyd A. Nelson. Featured in the cast were Gary Merrill as Brown, Ben Wright as Lee, Bill Conrad as Casey, and Tony Barrett as Costa. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are sitting unarmed in an early California boomtown saloon. Across the table from you is a man who has just murdered your brother, and who holds in his hand a new and terrible weapon from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of the California gold camps, as Les Crutchfield tells it in his gripping story, The Pistol. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Groucho Marx, and who will quarrel when you label him a very funny fellow, will be back on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night with his deliriously wonderful quiz show, You Bet Your Life. You'll find Groucho's unlike any other quiz you ever heard. So join us on CBS tomorrow night for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.